averages for entry and the post-secondary and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure that your head is in the game. I know that it's hard for some of you to concentrate under the circumstances, but when you look at it and you just think about the fact that there is very short time left, basically 2 weeks left in this course, you don't really have to dedicate you don't have to concentrate for a long period of time. Like what I'm trying to say is that the light is at the end of the tunnel. And there's no reason why you can't do well in this course, but you have to get your stuff in, okay? And I know you're not gonna have a conversation with me about it here, but you're welcome to always shoot me a message or whichever. I will always be checking my messages. Okay, let's see here. So today we are going to have a formal lesson on conformity, alienation, and isolation, which is pretty cool stuff. We'll be looking at some psych experiments. I don't know. I really enjoy this kind of stuff personally. I think you'll like it too. We'll have a little bit of a breakout discussion, and then we'll come back after we have a breakout discussion, and then we'll talk as a large group. And then we're going to talk a little bit about music and society, which is pretty interesting as well. Hopefully you've been keeping your eye on the content section on D2L. While we're talking here, actually, you might want to flip to it. If you flip to content, so we are now officially, well, we already were, but we're in Unit 2, Social Change. You scroll down that pane there. You can see that there is a note. It's a PDF file called Conformity, Alienation, and Isolation. I can't embed the videos in those. If I do upload the actual PowerPoint presentation, it's a bit of, there's some tech problems with videos and stuff like that. So what I end up doing is I turn my PowerPoints into PDFs, and then I'll post the video link separately as long as I can find them. Most of the time I can find them again. Otherwise, I'll post Google slide presentations. So I will do a screen present this morning so that you can see mine. And then again, as we've been doing all along, and I think it's been working pretty well, I'm just going to ask you to jump to certain videos so you have that beautiful, sometimes if you're lucky, high def experience with the videos. So let's see here. Yeah, so at this point, you should see that presentation. And 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, 4 or 5 videos there as well. And I'll let you know when you need to jump to those. I'm kind of hoping to have generate a good discussion today. Makes things more fun, makes things more interesting. Let's see here. But before we get started, were there any questions in regard to report cards or assignments or anything like that? Did I mention that I'm concerned about a couple of you that haven't handed stuff in and that I sent you messages? It's coffee great. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to do a little screen takeover action and we're going to chat. I would encourage you as we go along here, if you have any questions as usual, make sure you put up your hand and then I will get to that question or comment as soon as I can. So stand by. Here we go. Okay, so you should see my screen right now. Right now, I should be showing you a PowerPoint. If you don't see a title screen, it says Conformity, Alienation, and Isolation. Mysterious stars in the background. Please raise your hand and let me know. Otherwise, I will assume that you're seeing everything that I see. Beauty. Okay, so here we go. So the power of conformity. I find this topic particularly interesting, actually all the topics that we're talking about today, because especially at your age as teenagers, because there are a lot of these phenomena that you're experiencing right now, and it has a major, major influence on the way that you behave, particularly during the stages of teenager when you're pushing boundaries and you're testing limits, further developing your personality. I don't know, I find it particularly interesting. If I think way back into the day way back into the day for me, by the way, when I talk about being a teenager, it's the grunge era. So when I go through these things, sometimes feelings even come back to me as a teenager. I'm like, oh my God, I remember this. I remember, dealing with some of this stuff. I feel like the next couple of lessons just fit in very nicely with your age and the stuff that you're experiencing. All right. So the power of conformity. So what is conformity? This is our formal definition. It's the act of matching attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors to what individuals perceive as normal to their society or the social group. This could be the result of social pressure. People often conform to achieve a sense of security in a group of people, a feeling that makes one feel like they belong. I'm going to ask you to go to, stop sharing for a second here. At this stage, I'm going to ask you to go to your D2L content, and hopefully you already had that open. And I am going to ask you to click on the first video. It is entitled Social Conformity Waiting Room Experiment. I'm going to ask you to play that, and then we're going to jump back in here, okay? So it's called Social Conformity Waiting Room Experiment. And then we're going to chat about it.
Stop. Pay attention. Take a look at this crowded waiting room. These people may appear to be waiting for the eye doctor, but they're actually waiting for the first test subject in our hidden camera experiment. And here she is, right on time for her 12 o'clock appointment.
Hi, how are you doing?
This woman thinks she's here for a free eye exam.
Have you been here before? No, it's my first time.
What she doesn't know is that everyone else in this room is working for us.
They'll be with you in just a couple minutes.
Today we're running an experiment on social conformity, and the test starts now. Did you hear that? These people sure did. It doesn't take long for our test subject to notice a pattern. Beep means stand up. But why? And if you were in her shoes, what would you do the next time the tone sounds? While you might think you make your decisions all on your own, when it comes to peer pressure, all too often, your brain is just following the crowd. It's all around you, every day, an invisible force you're probably not even aware of. It affects what you do, how you think, and who you are. It's called social conformity, or peer pressure. And while it might not sound like a good thing, it's actually not so bad. The truth is, your brain craves synchronicity and takes comfort in the ease and efficiency of just going with the flow. And whether it's simply knowing what to wear in the morning, supporting your team at the big game, or even marching off to war, we're all programmed to be part of the group. And that's because your brain knows that there's power in numbers. We set up a hidden camera experiment to see if this woman would stand up at the sound of this tone, simply because everyone else is. You might be thinking you'd never go along with this. Or would you? After just 3 beeps, and without knowing why she's doing it, this woman is now conforming perfectly to the group. But what happens if we take the group away?
Elaine, please.
Okay, now she's alone. The crowd is gone and nobody is watching her, except our hidden cameras. What do you think she'll do? She's now conforming to the rules of the group without them even being there. Now, watch what happens when we introduce another outsider who doesn't know the rules.
For a noon appointment.
Have a seat, and they'll be out in just a couple minutes.
Great,
Thanks so much.
Why are you standing?
Everybody was doing it, so I thought I was supposed to.
Think she'll teach the new guy what to do? We kept the cameras rolling as more unsuspecting patients arrived. And slowly but surely, what began as a random rule for this woman has now become the social norm for everyone in this waiting room. Here to explain what's going on in their brains is Jonah Berger of the University of Pennsylvania.
This sort of internalized form of herd behavior is part of what we call social learning. Starting at a very early age, when we see members of our group perform a task, our brains literally reward us for following in their footsteps.
When I saw everybody stand up, I felt like I needed to join them. Otherwise, I'm like excluded. Once I decided to go with it, then I felt much more comfortable.
Conformity is how we become socialized, but it can also cause us to develop bad habits or repeat past wrongs.
And it's why even this rebel, who wasn't standing for any of this nonsense, eventually joined the ranks. And the only thing more shocking than seeing how easily conformity affects the way you act is that similar forces are subconsciously shaping the way you think right now. Shaping the way you think right now.
Okay. Cool story. Okay, we got everything running now. Whew. Now we can do our damage calcs. Oh, we have to re-remember all the things.
All right, we'll chat about this in 30 seconds. All right, so let's chat about this. If you're back here, please switch your camera on. It makes it a little bit easier when we have our discussions. Okay. You know, it's funny because when I show this video in class, I didn't realize it until now, but I like to see the reactions of people while it's happening, while they're seeing this experiment. I mean, I'm an observer of human behavior. I love it. I love even people watching. So something like this to me is extremely interesting, especially when we're talking about conformity. First of all, let me ask you this and be completely honest and put yourself in their shoes. How many of you believe that you would have conformed to this situation eventually? You hear the sound, you can put up your virtual hands there, that would be fantastic. Yeah, that you would eventually stand up. I really enjoyed that last gentleman there that was kind of the rebel, and he held out for the longest time, and then boom, he finally conformed. It's interesting. Okay, so let's see the hands here. All right, a lot of you. Well, and the chances are it would have happened, but what's interesting here is, thank you for putting your hands up. Thank you for being an active participant in the survey. But what I find particularly interesting here is the implications that this has for society in general. It's cool, but it's also frightening at the same time. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. Before we move forward, what were the triggers to conform in this video? So what I'm doing right now is I have these questions listed on that slide, but what was it that made people conform? What were the factors in the environment that made people conform? Just put up your hand if you have some ideas here. Lauren.
One of the reasons was the woman said that she didn't want to feel like an outsider, and like because the majority of people were doing it, she just felt like it was the right thing to do.
Good. I like it. Didn't want to feel like an outsider. Let me ask you this. So I was going to ask you more about the environment, what's happening here, but why do you think that human beings have this need to, let's say, avoid feeling the discomfort of being an outsider? Why do you think that is? Like, why does it even matter to people? Why do they have to? Clearly, it has something to do with the level of comfort, but why? Alex.
In the video, it said that like our brains, like people's brains, like they just like want to be in like the group, and they want to be like connected with other people always. So.
Right. So there's definitely a connection. They want to be a part of a group. So let's take a look. Let's go way, way back and try to think about why that's important to human beings, why they need that comfort. There has to be some sort of social scientific way to explain it. And yes, you've started to there. There's no doubt. We know that people have this need for comfort. And even the majority of you who put up your hand here and said, yeah, I would have definitely conformed, and I would have been in trying to seek out that level of comfort. The question is, why do people feel this level of comfort in groups? Does anyone have a theory about it? Abby, you have your hand up.
I don't know if this is right or not, but like a long time ago when we were like kind of prehistoric people, or not prehistoric, but there was a better chance of survival in groups. So if you were in a group, it's more likely you would fit in and have food, and you're collecting as a group, and it was just safer than kind of wandering off on your own.
Yeah, I think you have a very good point there. And it's also, so yes, whether it's food or even sort of defense, right? In order to stay alive, you had much better chances in numbers. The odds were better in numbers. So maybe somehow that's embedded in our psyche over time. We never think about it in these terms here. However, having said that, if you think of a life of a teenager, maybe you're not talking about, okay, I'm worried about surviving every day and I'm worried about finding food. But what could that be compared to socially, in social groups in high school? How might that be considered? Maybe being in groups might be, I don't know, what would be the equivalent of, let's say, surviving socially in high school? Just trying to see here. I think that's Alexis with her hand up again.
Yes. I think like in high school, like people would like to stay like in their groups, like just like walking around like hallways and stuff, just like because of like anxiety and like social anxiety and like all the people that they don't know and stuff. So yeah.
And so it's interesting. I think you're right for the most part. So you're saying that if people, So people might naturally. So here's a question: are you saying that people normally have a certain level of anxiety, or if in general, or are you saying in order to quell it, you need to sort of reside in groups so that quells the anxiety anyway? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, do you feel like people maybe have a certain level of anxiety because they're not in groups?
I think so. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like I feel like for myself, like if I'm like alone, like I feel more anxiety than if I was like with my friends walking around at school.
Okay, isn't that interesting? Okay. Yes, and I do remember that very well when I was in high school too. So by residing in these groups, you're trying to reduce anxiety.
Yes.
So aside from the reduction of anxiety, what are the other benefits of being in a group in this day and age, in the high school life? I'm asking you guys because you're experiencing it. Yes, in a weird way, virtually, but I mean, who is that has their hand up there? Michael.
Well, like you're around like-minded individuals. Say like all your friends are athletes and you're an athlete. You guys are just gonna get along better. Like that's your group, and vice versa. Whatever your group is, like the people around you are gonna have the same interests as you, so it's gonna be better for your entire group.
Yeah. So I mean, in a way, so naturally you may gravitate toward each other just because you have the same interests. No one is necessarily challenging you, right? There seems to be some sort of natural rhythm in the sense that you both have similar interests to begin with. What other purposes might being in a group serve in 2021 in Innisdale High School? So we know we're saying it's about the reduction of anxiety. Abby, you have your hand up.
I wasn't quite sure if this is kind of what you're going for, but I know in groups, like if I have friends, it's easier for me to, like if I have work and we're in the same class, it's easier to kind of work together if you have questions and might not necessarily like talk to the teacher if you're just having a bit of trouble with the work. So not like a survival rate, but if when doing stuff, well for me doing stuff in groups, it generally helps me get better marks. So I like working in a group and having friends to help me with my schoolwork.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that there's some advantages there, and there's definitely a parallel. Like at this stage, you aren't kind of watching your back, waiting to get attacked by a saber-toothed tiger. But you also know that in this case, if you work together and you increase your, let's say, level of achievement, then maybe you have more opportunities in the future, right? Which could equal, depending on what your goals are, it could be, happiness. It could be to support a family. It could be about how much money you make. That could be the 2021 version of surviving, right? Okay, we're going to revisit that because there are a whole bunch of reasons and explanations for it. It also makes it very interesting when you start thinking about people maybe that decide not to conform and maybe don't find that comfort in groups. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later, probably tomorrow. Let's see here. So let's think about this. So going back to that experiment in the waiting room, what kind of feelings do you think the woman had during that whole process? So she came into a room, the tone played, people stood up. Obviously, there's some sort of confusion. But what is it, do you think, what feelings do you think she was experiencing in order to have her conform to what was happening? And then my next question is going to be, have you or do you think teenagers feel that in the settings that you are in? We don't have to stick just to high school. It could be the neighborhood or whatever. What kind of feelings do you think she was experiencing? Again, the question was, when she was in that room and people started standing up, she obviously had some sort of strong emotion or some strong feelings that compelled her to conform to what was happening. If she didn't have feelings, she'd be oblivious. So let's go here. Someone has their hand up. Katie.
I just think if I was in that situation, like you kind of already said what I'd be feeling, but I guess like just loneliness or isolation, and like maybe like a bit of like thoughts about like, oh my gosh, like they'll all be looking at me because I'm the only one sitting down, like stuff like that. So just general like anxiousness about the situation, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. And I think when you're talking about the fact that maybe people, whether it's your case, your social life as a teenager, or whether it's this situation, why do you think people are concerned about standing out? What are they trying to avoid? I mean, just tell me from your own experiences. Why do you feel uncomfortable when you stand out from others? Megan?
Usually it's being judged. It's the fear of judgment.
So why does that produce anxiety?
Because everyone kind of wants people to think of them a certain way. And society like now has us like convinced that if we don't act a certain way, then we're going to be judged. So when you don't act a certain way and you feel people are judging you, you get anxious and like, oh.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is I agree with everything you're saying. I think that's good, and it leads up nicely to where I'm going with this. But why are people afraid of being judged?
The fear.
Why does it matter?
Not being accepted.
So why is being accepted so important?
Because that's the way we were raised our whole lives. Whether people like to admit it or not. As like most parents raise you because they want you to be accepted into society. As much as like people like to deny it and stuff, that's how most of our parents raised us.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Socialization for sure.
Because like, you know, like it doesn't make them a bad person or anything. Obviously, they just want what's best for us. But all parents and family members even raised you to be accepted into society because they want to avoid you being hated on or judged.
Okay. Because they think you're better off.
They think you're better off being the same as everyone else and not being judged than, I guess, being your own person completely.
Which is interesting too, because what's really happening here is it's almost as if, and people obviously, especially your parents, want the best for you, and you're saying maybe your parents have had experiences with anxiety or standing out, and they don't want you to feel that same discomfort and anxiety.
Yeah, like every parent does it to a certain extent. Some of them go to the more extreme than others, but in reality, all parents do it. Just some of them do it to a certain extent.
Okay. Thank you. Tynan, did you have a comment?
Yeah, sorry, can you restate the original question? I was just thinking about Megan's answer in the meantime. So
the original question was why, let me just see, because I feel like I just asked like a dozen questions.
I know.
Now we're both in the same boat. It was basically why people are, the original question was about why people are afraid to stand out.
Yeah, it's probably something like evolutionary wise, like why we don't want to stand out. If I had to guess, obviously I don't know, but like off the top of my head, but I imagine that it's something to do with when we were in the jungles, and as little quasi chimp humans, we probably were better as a group, not getting mauled by big lions than we were as individuals. So it was probably better if we all sort of like had the same mannerisms and we all sort of knew what we wanted to do. I don't know. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you think about it, even pure numbers game, your chance of survival are a lot higher.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if you look at, if we take your theory and we look now, and let's say we look at animals, And if you see, I don't know whether you watch, you know, those nature shows or anything where the lion is stalking another animal, and the idea is that they pick out the one as soon as that other animal gets separated from the group or shows some sort of weakness, you know they're doomed. And it could be an extension of that. Thank you, Tynan. I thought someone else had their hand up, maybe not. Okay, so let's see here. I'm going to show you one more video here. I am going to ask you to play the video conformity elevator experiment. And then I will see you back here. It's an extension of what we've been talking about.
Okay. Is this better now? Can people... I'm not going to get huge glare on my glasses when...
So, you walk into an elevator and naturally you turn and face the door, right? It's just what we do without even thinking. Here on Would You Fall For That, we decided we had to pay homage to candid camera.
How this man tries to maintain his individuality.
So right now we are reenacting their famous test of conformity. The elevator experiment. So we found a nice elevator at the Juilliard School and gathered our Would You Fall For That stuff. If we turned to face the back of the elevator, would others follow? All right, in the blue t-shirt, that is Nadia. She is an innocent passerby. Has nothing to do with this. Everybody else in that elevator, they all work for Would You Fall For That. They are all in on the experiment. They are all purposefully facing the wrong way. Nadia is facing the front. You can just see the back of her head, wearing the blue t-shirt. That's Nadia. She is facing the front of the elevator like a normal human being. Everybody else is facing the back. We're playing this to you in real time, no editing, as it actually happened. Okay, floor 2. Rebecca gets off, Emily gets on. She also works for us. We're swapping people in and out to reinforce the behavior. Emily's acting like it's the most normal. Oh, Nadia's turned. Nadia, okay, her bag is slipping off her shoulder. She's nervously playing with it.
Yeah.
Nadia's now halfway round. Will she go any further? Emily gets off, Mike gets on. Again, Mike works for the show. Presses his button, faces the back like it's the most normal thing in the world, like he does it every day. Nadia is really feeling the pressure right now.
I'm not going to see anyone else.
Scott's making some small talk.
He was on celebrity rehab, I think.
Yeah. She's looking towards the back of the elevator because everybody else is. Floor 4.
I love the
Fourth floor, Mike gets off. Lauren gets on. Lauren also works for us. She's in. Oh, and Nadia has gone. The 4th floor, Nadia has turned all the way around. She's looking at the back of the elevator. That is not normal human behavior. Nadia is looking at the back of the elevator purely because everybody else is. Okay, you've seen it in real time. Let's play that for you again in fast forward. Nadia, turning.
Did you notice anything while we were standing in the elevator? We were all facing one way, and we wanted to see if one person would do it, and you
did it, yeah. So you were wondering why, but you just went along with it without even questioning.
Yeah.
Social scientists refer to this as the Ash paradox, when a person's own opinions and actions are influenced by the majority of the group. The lady with the grey coat, she is a civilian. Everybody else in the elevator is on our team. That is Elizabeth. She's facing the front as she should, but she's looking around. She's noticed that everybody else is facing the back. She's looking around, wondering what's going on. This is a bit odd. Everybody else is acting like nothing strange is happening. Elizabeth is looking around like something very strange is happening. We're on the 2nd floor. She's slightly turned. She's turned. Look at her shoulders. She's not facing the front anymore. She's moved. Emily gets on. Again, she's with us. Presses her button. Elizabeth looks at her. Emily faces the back. Elizabeth is turning. She's pretending she's just looking around, but that's a cover. She's actually turning as well. All right, going again. Okay, that lady there with the grey pointing up, that's Karen. She's an innocent passerby, gets on. Everybody else is in on the experiment. She presses her button, immediately complies. She faces the back, because everybody else is.
You walked in and you started facing the same direction we all were, right?
I actually thought that you all knew something that I didn't.
That's the crux. She bowed to the pressure of the group. Conform, but, you know, it doesn't work every time.
This is so weird that everyone is facing this way and I'm facing that way.
We're on floor 3 for anyone who can't see.
Is he being helpful or sarcastic? We're about to kick it up a notch. What if Scott played some music on his phone and gradually all of our staff in the elevator started to dance? Will people get down while they're going up? Okay, man in the hat, he's looking at his phone. He's got earbuds in. And here's another angle on our stranger. Who's gonna cave? Oh, his head's nodding, his head's nodding. He's getting down. That did not take long. He has joined in the elevator dance party. Yep, there he goes. The shoulders are going now. He's getting into it. Head bobbing. Nice. He has joined in dancing because everybody else is. No rhyme, no reason, just moves.
One by one, seemed like everybody started to catch on, and I figured I like a good dance party. I'm not going to be the one standing on the wall and not dancing.
Would you fuck for that? Would you fuck for that?
That right there, social conformity. Thank you very much. So, would you have fallen for that? Or do you think you're too clever? We're on Twitter right now with the hashtag WYFFT.
WYFFT, what does that stand for?
Would you fall for that? Our show?
We have a show?
Whiffed.
All right, we'll get started in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Raymond, I feel like when I saw that man dance in the elevator, I feel like you would have similar moves. Would that be a fair assessment?
I think that would be fair, yeah. It's weird though, because a lot of people don't like dancing, in front of other people. But when everybody else started dancing in the elevator, it's like no matter if you were shy or not, I guess you would start dancing as well.
Yeah, yeah. I think that you should maybe videotape yourself dancing and post it with the hashtag WYFTT.
If we ever, see each other in person, sir, I say we both do that, and we'll see how viral that goes.
I do find that example interesting because I'm not saying there aren't instances where I would conform, but I have to tell you, dancing, it's not exactly my forte. So if it happened, I'm not even convinced that people would know that I was dancing. I feel like people might think something was wrong with me, maybe try to administer some sort of CPR or first aid. It would be really awkward. Okay, let's just talk about this a little bit. We'll go on our break a little bit late here, but we're just going to have a little discussion here. So it is a very interesting video. I found the man who actually mentions, who says, if you're interested, we're on the 3rd floor. He seemed annoyed by the whole thing. Fantastic that he had that much confidence, which actually he was one of the older victims, AKA subjects. And you know what, it makes me wonder, do you think, as far as conformity is concerned, do you think age, if you did an experiment there and you did it across this, different demographics, and let's say you took a sample of people from 0 to 10, 10 to 20, et cetera, do you think age would be related at all to the level of conformity in an experiment like that. Raymond, what are you saying there, dancing fool?
I think it's for, the older you get, the less, I guess, you don't care about what other people think. So when they were dancing and I think it was the operator saying, "Oh, we're not sure if he's being sarcastic or he's trying to help out." I do think it was sarcasm, and he was, getting annoyed. He's like, why is everybody doing this? I don't really care because I'm just trying to go where I'm supposed to be. And I feel like it's the same thing for smart people, because really smart people with high IQs, they think not everyone's below them, but they can't be around people that don't have the same way of thinking as them. So it's I feel like if you put someone with a 190 IQ in that elevator, I think they would act the same and they would not follow.
That's interesting. You bring up a lot of interesting points there. So in conclusion, you think that older people get crotchety and they don't care what other people think. I have to tell you, I can tell you a little bit. Obviously, there's an age gap between us here, but it's true. I do believe that as you get older, you do not care as much, which is very interesting. I think it comes with a little bit of life experience, and I think it's a lot easier, I think, than it was when I was a teenager. That's for sure. When you develop a certain level of confidence and experience on the planet. But you also bring up an interesting point about intelligence, and it would be interesting to have some sort of study where you could follow up on that. Let's see. Thanks, Raymond. What else do you think? I mean, so the question was, do you think age group or age has anything to do with the level of conformity in a situation like this in the elevator? Or any other personality traits for that matter. So Raymond's brought up intelligence. He thinks that there's some sort of relationship there. We talked about age. Maybe the older, the less likely you are to conform, which is interesting. What about 0 to 5, or let's say 2 to 5? I guess you at least need to be able to walk. But I mean, do you think when you're that young, do you think you have that need to conform? Is it as strong or is it stronger? I'm just curious. Armand, what are you saying?
I don't think it would be necessarily stronger in an age group that young, because I feel like they haven't learned as many social norms, or they haven't learned that they need to fit in, and they don't really know the consequences mainly of not fitting in.
That's a very good point. There's some sort of innocence in there, still, let's say, learning the ropes, right? And learning what the expectations and the norms are in society. And yes, it would be very interesting. I mean, I mean, obviously I was little at one point, but also there was a year where I taught elementary school, and it was crazy. Well, elementary school, I supply taught. So one day I could be teaching kindergarten, and one day I could be teaching grade 12 physics the very next day. It was crazy. It was such a good experience, though, because you remember where you're from, but you also remember all your students are from, and that sort of process that you're talking about. But I don't know whether you've ever seen kindergartens, or maybe you have younger siblings, or whichever. But yeah, they're kind of, in a lot of cases, they're in their own world, right? If I were on yard duty at the time, yeah, you might find some kids playing Foursquare, but then you'll find another kid, spinning around in circles and making animal noises, right? And that stuff obviously doesn't continue through school. I mean, I guess sometimes it does. I haven't seen it at Innisdale, but you see all those. If you look around, there's a lot of random stuff going on. It's actually very interesting. Abby, you have your hand up. What are you saying?
I was just gonna say, I think they're not old enough to really know the social norms, but if they were to get on the elevator with a parent, I think they just copy exactly what the parent did, just because that's kind of how they learn for the world. But if they got on it by themselves, then I feel like they might not conform. But if their parent conformed with everyone else, then I think they would have done the same thing.
That's a very good point. So when you're in that stage and it's learned behavior, you learn to mimic or copy your parent, no doubt about it. That's a very good point. Michael.
Kind of like what Abby said, but it's based on to me, I think even at that age, you'll still conform. It's just based on the setting. Because like if there's a bunch of kindergartners in the same circle, and then someone starts laughing, and then another kid starts laughing, and then everyone's gonna start laughing. Like, that stuff happens. Like I know you guys have seen stuff like that happen before. So I just feel like based on the situation, it's kind of like when everyone started standing up. Like it's just based. If you see enough people do it, you're gonna do it too. So I feel like the same thing would happen with a baby, or like a kid that age.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I also think another point you bring up there that maybe we haven't focused on is the environment itself. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, for instance, how does the school environment lead to certain types of conformity as opposed to, let's say, being out in the woods? Clearly, there's some sort of behavior that you associate with being in a school environment. And there's certain aspects that in that school environment that indicate that that's what it is, and those are the expectations for conformity. What is it in a school that you might find that indicates that you should conform in a particular way? Let's think about a classroom. Raymond.
I was just thinking that, when you arrive at school and at lunch and leaving your classes, the bell rings. So I guess that, for everybody means, you're either going into your next class, or you're leaving school, or you're, arriving to school, your first period or whatever.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That bell is definitely an indicator for a certain behavior, a certain movement. Good. That's a good example. Michael.
I feel like if you walk into a class and like a teacher doesn't tell you to sit in a desk, but you see everyone else is sitting in a desk, you're gonna try to find a desk to sit at. Like it's simple, but like it's something that would happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying that you wouldn't walk into a new classroom and just stand there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what the procedure is because you've been exposed to it all of your life, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Same with the anthem, for instance. There are certain things during a day that are indications that you should conform. Lauren.
I was basically going to say the same thing, but like school is just a constant in our lives, and it's the place where we sort of learn a lot of our like social norms and social conformity, like with the school bells and like with teachers like telling us what to do and other students and stuff. And we learn a lot about how to socialize there. And so because of that, I just think it has a lot to do with like our cognitive process and how we conform like in larger groups and even smaller groups. Like when you have a friend group, like you learn to conform as a class, but also in like your little individual friend groups.
Good points, and great points about socialization. Tynan.
I think part of it might be that school is sort of like a place of authority a little bit, because I think there's a big difference between the doctor's office video and the elevator video. I think because in the doctor's office, not a single person like just didn't conform, right? At least like even the guy at the end conformed. I think part of that was that at a doctor's office, the justification might be like, like I'm in a medical place right now. This is important. I can't be messing around. And if everyone is standing up here, it's probably something important that I might be missing. Like there's probably something that could go wrong if I don't stand up. Like maybe they're checking. There's any number of like weird justifications you can make. But in the elevator, it's just like, wow, like this is really impractical. Why is everyone standing the other way? Like this is actively ruining my experience in the elevator. So that's why I think you saw a couple of people that didn't turn around. So the same thing might be for school. Like, oh, we're in like a professional place. I can't be goofing off for convenience, essentially.
Yeah, no, that actually is very interesting as far as the doctor's office is concerned and those reasons for conforming. And it would be interesting to do a comparison study as well, right? If you look at, let's say, the school environment, you could even see different behaviors in the classroom versus the hall, right? The hall versus the CAF. The CAF versus outside, because there are different expectations for behavior in different environments. Weekends versus weekdays, right? It's interesting to look at. Okay, so here's the deal. I am going to give you, we'll jump on break right now, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll come back here about 9:22. and then we'll continue this discussion. We'll pick up from where we left off, okay? I will see you in almost 10 minutes. All right, folks, we'll get started in 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Good.
All right, so let's start this up. So we have been talking about conformity. If you could turn your cameras on, that would be fantastic. We've been talking about conformity. They're kind of fun experiments. We looked at the elevator experiment, the doctor's office experiment. Tynan alluded to the fact that the environment has something to do with compliance and conformity. There's definitely a relationship there. One of the weaknesses as far as those experiments are concerned is they're really not officially experiments. They're not absolutely controlling for everything in the environment. And so there are some weaknesses. There are actually, several weaknesses in those experiments. So the question is, how can you create a traditional environmental setting where you can have absolute control over the environment and the variables within it? Obviously, when we look at the social scientific method, that's what we're striving for, which brings us to the Ash experiment, which was conducted by Solomon Ash. I'm going to show you, I'm going to pop up my presentation on the screen again here. Let's see. Oh, I should also mention that, remember, in those videos that I already showed you, they're edited for entertainment's sake, right? Who knows how many subjects that they had, how many were compliant. So you have to be very wary of that. So all the more reason that we have to have some sort of controlled and experimental setting. I'm going to do a quick screen share here. All right, so we have this presentation back up. Hopefully you can see it. Let's go through this. So here's the Ash experiment. It's a very famous experiment. I'm wondering whether some of you have taken grade 11 intro psych soc. Anthro, maybe you've taken a look at this before, which is good. It's always a benefit. But this is an experiment that was actually conducted back in the 1950s. And we'll be looking at various experiments. Those older experiments are always interesting because they didn't have to abide by a lot of rules. And some of the things that they got away with are incredible. But anyways, so basically Ash created an experiment about conformity. It took place in the 50s. And so his objective was to demonstrate the power of conformity in groups. So he asked groups of students to participate in a vision test. Even now, actually, if you're thinking of taking the social sciences or psychology in general, if you're going to university for that subject, it's interesting because in a lot of cases in universities, they will ask first-year students to sign up for a certain number of experiments, which is kind of scary. Or sometimes students will be the guinea pigs. They'll literally place ads in the paper or the university or the college paper on campus and ask for volunteers. That can have an impact as well on those subjects. It's just something to take into consideration. But when I took psych, I did sign up for some experiments, and it was quite interesting to be a part of it. So in this case, Solomon Ash, he asked students to participate in a vision test. That's all they were told. All but one of the participants were actors in this case. So there's one victim, we'll call them. The study was about how the remaining student would react to participant answers. So I'm going to show you this video. Actually, I'm going to ask you again to click on. Give me 1 second here. I'll drop it in the pane again. It's called the ASH experiments. I would like you to play that video, and we will come back and we'll chat in here. I'm going to drop it in the pane as well. Play the ASH experiment video.
The ASH experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
Please begin. The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example, if you
The actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1. 1.
1.
2.
1.
Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3. 3. 3.
3.
3.
The ASH experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again. We will conform to the group. Again, we're very social creatures. We're very much aware of what the people around us think. We want to be liked. We don't want to be seen to rock the boat, so we will go along with the group. Even if we don't believe what people are saying, we'll still go along.
1.
1.
1.
1.
Group dynamics is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology.
1. 1.
All right, we'll get this started in 30 seconds. All right, let's chat about this. Flick your cameras on, please. So in there, they talk about the fact that, human beings are very social creatures. You can see the thought process that he goes through and the confusion that the subject goes through when he is he's answering a question against what he truly believes. But you could see just how powerful conformity is. So it's actually kind of scary in a lot of ways too. Well, let me ask you this. If people didn't conform in groups, as the example you just saw there in the ASH experiment, what would society look like? How would society differ if people didn't feel this pressure to conform? Michael, you're on fire today. What are you saying?
Well, I was gonna say like a lot would be different because if you think about it, even like school, sometimes people look at it as like a thing to conform. Like even post-secondary, let's say, like maybe a lot of people wouldn't even go to school. Maybe a lot of people wouldn't do certain things that they do right now. Is how I look at it.
So are you saying that people are more likely? Okay, so let's look at it like this. Let's look at the positive implications and the negative implications of the need to conform, okay, and the strength of conformity. So you're saying in this case, are you saying it's a positive phenomenon?
I don't. It could be. I actually don't know. To me, there's a lot of positives and negatives, but I'll just say positive. It'd be positive.
You're saying that education is a positive thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I appreciate that, Michael.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Let's keep going, Lauren.
I feel like maybe in a sense we'd be like more accepting of things because there's not necessarily like a social norm, and so there's like if many different people like didn't conform to the societal rules that we already like put upon ourselves, I feel like a lot more people would be more open-minded and accepting of like different things that people do.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because even if you think about it, some of the struggles we have socially right now are actually because of people's need to conform. I feel like someone had their hand up and then they dropped it, but that's okay. I'm going to flip this back up again in chat. Hold on. Just going to screen share here. Hold on. All right. So here we are. So most people conform to the standard values and norms without even realizing they're doing so. As we know, we talked about that from a very young age. Some degree of conformity is necessary for societies to function. So the example they give here, stopping at a red light, which means that you're conforming to the law for the good and safety of society. When I read this example, it reminds me of the time that I was in Germany. It's actually happened a couple of times in Germany. One time when I was in Germany, I was in this small town with this exchange actually through the Global Perspectives program. And I was at an intersection and it was late. I don't know, it wasn't at nighttime, but it was late in the day and no one was around. Like literally no one was around. No cars, people weren't walking. And there was a red light and it said, don't walk. I was walking. And I looked around and no one's coming either way. I don't see anyone. I don't see any cars. So I crossed the street. And then all of a sudden, I heard a window open from like 3 stories up and someone yelled at me and they said in half German, I guess. I mean, I must have been German because I know a little bit of German. My dad is actually from Berlin. And crazy enough, I went to German school when I was little. But anyways. And he yelled basically at me and he said, can't you see the red light, you fool? Why are you walking across the street? And I've always been like, I find this very interesting, especially in Germany. Another incident I ran into was one of the teachers that I was staying with. So when we do the exchange, students stay with students and teachers stay with German teachers as well, which is pretty awesome because we formed a lot of, really awesome friendships through this program. But I remember I was with this teacher and he's an older teacher. And here we are. We're coming back from some sort of activity. It's maybe 12 midnight. We're in a small town. Now we are in a car. He is at the light. And it's a red light. No one is there. It's like a Four Corners kind of community. And I said to him, I dare you to go through. This is awful. I shouldn't share this, but no. I mean, I was more of a sick psychological experiment I was doing. And because I thought, is this a German thing? Like, what is this? And I said to him, why don't you go through the red light? And he's like, looks at me like I'm crazy. And I said, no one's there. Like, why won't you drive through the red light? And he said in a German accent, he's like, are you crazy? It's a red light. Yeah, I would not break the rules. So then, of course, I really became curious about this, because then I was really kind of egging him on. I'm like, hey, no one's there. Like, can you explain to me logically why you won't go through the red light? Like, is there a particular reason? And he just kept saying, well, those are the rules. Those are the rules. You don't want to break the rules. And then, so of course, I continued to follow this, and I would bring this scenario up with my German friends, and they would all say the same thing. They would be like, it is a red light. Of course you would not go through the red light. Or it says do not walk. Of course you do not walk. So when I finally got down to the bottom of it, the best explanation I actually ended up getting was the fact that the explanation for during the day anyway was that they do worry that in Germany, it's very important that adults are considered role models, and that if they really do believe that if someone were watching, or if a child were watching, that they would that they would think that breaking the rules was okay, and it could be a matter of safety. As you mentioned here, it says conforming to the law for the good and safety of society, that those habits and conformity long term, they result in a much safer and structured society. I just found it very interesting, and I would love to do an experiment just to look at the differences between different cultures or countries as well. So conformity in youth. So preteens and teenagers face many issues related to conformity. Pulled between a desire to be seen as unique individuals and a desire to belong to a group where they feel accepted. Man, that brings back memories. For example, wearing the latest fashion, cutting your hair into a certain style, vaping, changing type of music you listen to, etc. All of these are examples of conforming to a social norm, and they should definitely ring a bell as far as your age is concerned. Before we move on, does anyone have any further comments about conformity? I mean, does anyone want to share any experiences here? As far as this is concerned, where you felt these sort of pressures kind of pulling back and forth, that is the desire to be seen as unique individuals versus the desire to belong to a group. I mean, I feel like that's very much a teenager, a young person struggle. Having said that, it also happens into adulthood as well. All right. Let's take a look at alienation. So we're going to go to Max Weber, who is a German sociologist. I guess we stick with the theme of Germany here. Basically, he was concerned that social values of grace and compassion would be replaced by these utilitarian values. So according to Weber, people provoke social change when they feel isolated from society. So this is kind of our introduction to alienation and isolation. And it gets pretty interesting. There's a little bit of repetition here on this, and I'm going to show you a little bit of a video to kind of drive home some points here, because it's a little bit abstract. But he believed that alienation referred to the separation of things that would naturally belong together. So he believed that putting something in between two things that belong in harmony would be considered alienation. He believed that it was a systematic result of capitalism. Of course, I think what I'll do here, I am going to flip to this. I'm going to ask you to go to the video under the content section. It is entitled, What Makes Me Human? So hold on one second here. Stop sharing. So we started with Max Weber. We're now talking about Karl Marx. I'm going to ask you to view that video. I'll drop it in the side panel here again. It's called Karl Marx Alienation. I'm going to ask you to watch that video and then pop back in here.
Karl Marx on alienation. Karl Marx believed that work, at its best, is what makes us human. It fulfills our species' essence, as he put it. Work allows us to live, to be creative, to flourish. However, the reality in 19th century Europe was that work destroyed workers, particularly those who had nothing to sell but their labor. To the mill and factory owners, a worker was simply an abstract idea with a stomach that needed to be filled. The workers had no choice but to toil long hours for a pitiful wage. What was worse, their labor alienated them. Alienation is a disorienting sense of exclusion and separation. Factory labor, under capitalism, alienated the workers from the product of their labor. They made stuff they couldn't afford to buy, which disappeared to shops in far-off places, to make money for people who paid them next to nothing. The factory production line split jobs into meaningless tasks that made the hours at work tedious, empty and bleak. They became cogs in a gigantic machine. Workers lived for the few hours at home when they could eat, sleep and relax. The rest of the time, they weren't fully alive. This work also alienated them from each other. The only way out of this drudgery, Marx argued, was for the workers to organize and revolt. They needed to seize the means of production, leading to his famous rallying cry, "Workers of the world, unite! You have nothing to lose but your chains."
All right, folks, we'll start in 30 seconds. All right, let's take a look here. So, as we know from our earlier discussions about Marx, he is interested in capitalism. I don't know, if you think back to it, he was talking about, if you think back to our introduction of social sciences, he was referring to the fact that there was a group of people in society that were exploited for their cheap labor. And in the end, he was a believer that these organizers, these people, these laborers or people that are being exploited should eventually revolt and seize the means of production. So he's going to look at things with that lens. If we look at the concept of alienation, his idea was that that exploited group of workers, laborers in this case, they naturally should be, they should be connected with what they produce. But because they were being exploited for their labor, they were actually alienated from the product itself because they didn't have enough money to even afford to purchase that product. So in that case, it was a separation of the laborer from what they were actually producing. So if we take that a little bit further and we apply it socially, I'm going to pop this up on the screen. I'll do a little screen share here. So the idea is that you take the spirit of what Marx is saying and you apply it to a contemporary social situation. That's what we're trying to do here. One moment, please. All right, you should see my screen here right now. All right, so when we talk about alienation, it refers to an individual or separation from a community or group of people, right? So that's taking the same type of concept that Marx had. It's also known as an anomie, and this refers to a personal condition resulting in a lack of social norms. So, for example, in a totalitarian society, it would produce an anemic individual such as Hitler, for instance. Because in this case, there are a lack of social norms. We're going to revisit alienation. I think the best thing to do here, because there's a whole, I'm going to hit stop here, stop sharing for a second. Oops, don't want to get ahead of myself. We are actually going to start lunch a little bit early because when we're talking about isolation, we're actually going to watch a little short film here. And the last thing I want to do is either go 20 minutes into lunch or cut it short. So I'm going to say we will start talking about isolation after lunch. I don't know, it looks like you get 8 or 9 minutes extra on your lunch. Congratulations. That's okay because we've gone late on a couple of days as well. So I will see you back here. What time is it now? 9:51. Okay, I will see you back here at the regular time after lunch. So that makes it 10:40, and then we will talk about isolation, unless, of course, there are any questions about what I just talked about. Sometimes people get confused with the jump from Marx in the means of production to, our explanation of alienation now. You guys are okay with that? Okay. I will see you at 10:40.
What's good? What's pop? Some absolute bangers. Tag? Oh yeah. You get some great content there. No way. That's awesome. What? Person. Oh my. For free? Maybe don't do that. Get it in the wish list. Oh, 50. Oh. No way. That's awesome. Got these neckos in Paris, and they go with gorillas. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? That would be a tad bit interesting. Fresh new releases. Yeah, it was just a little bit of troll.
Traveling to Horizon Luna Colony. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
J Hobo Life never again. Oh. Yeah.
Huh. Attack commences in 30 seconds.
All systems operational. Diva, ready for combat.
The power of destruction.
Yeah, I'm like Bastion players.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture
Those on your
objective
team, they're
A.
incredibly
Hurry up about it. Touch me.
They're steam trading.
Justice will be done.
Check in.
Wait for me! The objective is mine! Join me if you can!
Look out.
Changing
There's
position.
still
Echo
fight
here.
in me yet!
60 seconds remaining. Help me. Surrender my will. Moving up. Enemy target.
Pass into the iris. Get behind!
This would help.
10 seconds.
The time we had is fading.
Defeat.
We're
Closer, zoom out as far as you can. We'll get as physically close as it
Traveling to Havana. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Justice will be done.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
We shall prove ourselves in glorious combat.
Yeah, there's Mr. Torlesa Sigma to run later.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
And we're ready for more!
Allow me to repair the damage.
I found
Wait, this is not over.
Oh. I thought that was my Ash for a second.
Sorry, my friend. I have your shield.
No, I know that wasn't you that time, right? Dude, how are you lining this up perfectly by Ash starts to, like, when Ash goes on and, like, dies every time. She'll die and then she'll go on down and say something. It sounds like it's personal.
The
Actually, that reminds me of that one time. I really like that one post you said where it's like the guy reviewed Destiny. He was like, yeah, the game wasn't very good, but then he played for another. It was like hours played, and it was like 9,000. And hours played after review, another 9,000.
Back into the fray.
Is approaching its destination. Defeat.
Healer, Div, what are you talking about?
Play of the game.
Yeah. He got the yield. You should. Yep. Well, I don't know Ashland's, but true. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, that was kind of funny. Yeah, like he's bro, this is like your third slam today. The average Odysseon fan. Are people not slow? Oh no, we have Ashley.
Now traveling to Kansas.
Get this. You only needed to hear the first one. Kind of funny. How's the Tracer gameplay going? I don't need.
Now entering.
Are we defending or attacking?
Prepare
Okay, I'm getting this
to
next.
attack. Select your hero.
Justice will be done.
There's nothing I haven't seen before.
Boy.
Stick together. We will complete our mission.
So like a spherical cow.
Is that those version borders?
30 seconds.
Imagine the worst possible outcome. Now, avoid that. My friends, Fox resources standing around. Glory to be won.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective.
Sorry, my friend. Activating the barrier.
realize how much.
You look tired. Lifting off.
Lift him up! Yeah, no one else is here. That's okay. I've been okay with our down seats besides that. I ain't complaining. He's doing good.
I shall seize the payload safely to its destination.
But a lot of suspects.
Observe
Oh, never mind, I got that. I'm proud of you. I mean, I was already on a timer because of the fire, but I appreciate the message.
there is still more to my tale.
Nanobooth is ready to deploy.
I've had slime this entire time. I have not found one place to use it.
It's quiet. Focus my target.
I'm honestly liking the 2 damage. Playing having 2 damage here is like. I know it's just because I feel like
Get me.
there we go. Good one.
Check it.
No, how did I get stuck? That's a reset. 3 minutes. I know how bad all this is. Well, pretty soon, you know?
Mobility increased.
Don't worry, my friend. Let him up.
Okay, we're gonna have all of our ults next. Except Bath, because, you know, that's okay. I don't know how to see that then. That's Damn, rock cancels health as well? That's actually crazy. Keep... No, gladiator!
Yes.
Moving up.
Back and ready for more!
My ultimate ability is charging. 60 seconds.
Wait, give her on the nano. Randall, she's doing it. No way she did the Moira, right? Except he still don't get so much because then press Q, so. No, I don't think they will.
Play of the game.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him. Let's see if we can get him. Oh no, I voted. We can. Listen, I blocked my my shield was like at 0 health that entire game. I don't know. Their team just kept shooting it. So wait, what was he even? What was that? I wasn't even reading the chat. Was he mad at me? What was happening? Damn, it'd be crazy if you put that Genji to sleep. Were they? Okay. Oh, nice.
Double kill. Neutralized.
The dragon becomes
Traveling to
You bought Overlord. No way.
select your hero.
Wait, Ashman. How many? You have to tell us how many people are working on Overwatch 2. What's the official number? They said 200. Is it true?
justice be done.
I'm not safe.
And you are looking as lovely as
10 seconds.
well. I need somewhere in the world.
Lovely day for field research.
I mean, I'm gonna die to this tracer. I got revived just to die to this tracer. I mean, I guess it's fair. I heal it. Still a tad bit annoying.
I am not giving the fight.
The payload has reached the chip.
Get behind me.
There's a tracer behind me. That was a base round play, don't lie. Oh my. I'm sorry, I panicked. I forgot what that ability did. Couple competent sports because we can roll people super hard, like we did at the start of the last game. Back to way up.
You have my thanks.
The song before.
Clearing the area. Thanks. Rocket barrage incoming.
You got one perk, that's all I can ask for.
Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield.
Fall back.
That's so unlucky.
This is not over. I'm on fire!
Oh wow.
This is not over. Still kicking.
My ultimate is fully charged.
This game should give me a play. I don't want to. Yo, Asher, wouldn't it be crazy if when you ulted our Mercy pocketed you? Suddenly dead.
Arriving at Shadowmere.
Only through conflict do we evolve. Lose the battle. Only
Now traveling to the south. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Lucio.
justice will be done. I'm looking forward to working.
I always liked working with you, Wilson. No awkward small talk.
Always
Joel, Marcus play monkey.
You have
Marcus monkey gameplay.
sense of humor.
5, 4.
No, it's not. That's a funny SpongeBob reference. Like, so you get it, facade.
Enemy target located.
Oh, I'm wondering. Oh, no, I'm gonna help this yet.
This is not over.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Even when he's going for help again. Oh, he's up. turtle joining in. Oh, we're having some levers. Mercy, heal me.
Don't worry, my friend.
This is a Winston song.
Hey, this is not
we all did. There's like 3 of us that did.
Score 0-1.
Hey there. Genji, how did you ever get used to, you know, it was hard enough?
I'll own up to that. Well, that was random.
It was a long and difficult.
I'll own up to that. I'll own up to that.
Yeah.
Alright, now they gotta chill out. Now we have to assert ourselves.
3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Hey there.
Okay, folks, we'll get started in 1 minute. 1 minute. Alright folks, let's get this party started. I'm going to run through attendance quickly. welcome back. Hope you're nice. Go through attendance here. Emily Anderson.
Here.
Anushka.
Here.
Catherine. Catherine Beatty. Micah. Micah. Kaya. I just heard a name go up.
Here.
Alright, there you go. Abby. Talia.
Here.
Carrie.
Here. That's a base player.
Marcus.
Here.
Michael.
This is not
Madison. Evan.
Here.
So Madison Hopi, I don't think I've seen her today at all. Maddie Jensen.
I'm here.
Belle.
I thought we were reset.
Armand. Jenna.
Step right up.
Katie with a C.
Here.
Stephanie. Alexis.
Here.
Regan.
Here.
Logan.
Here.
Rylan.
Here.
Megan.
Here.
Raymond. Adrian. Valentina Jessica Privatera.
Here.
Lauren.
Here.
Emma.
Here.
Kendra T.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
Tien.
Here.
Tynen.
Here.
Finally, I pronounced your name properly.
First time.
Oh, yeah. Tinen sent me an email saying, you know what, I don't mean to be rude, but it's a French name and this is the way you pronounce it. I would prefer if you did use that pronunciation for the rest of the year. Okay. So let's see here. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to talk a little bit about isolation. I'm going to show you a cool short film that should generate some good discussion here. So far, we've been talking about the power of conformity. We've been talking about alienation. We looked at different experiments to demonstrate those things. We are going to talk about isolation here right now. Give me 1 second to set this up. So right now, just to make sure that you are coordinated, I would like you to have the D2L open, content section ready to go. And then I'll give you further instructions here. Okay. Stand by for screen share. Or not. Hold on. All right. So you should see my PowerPoint up on the screen. Fast forward. Isolation. Okay. We're going to start talking about isolation here. Isolation we refer to, it's known as a state of seclusion. I think we probably know what that is to a certain extent just because of the pandemic. It takes on completely new meaning actually in the last year or so. So for example, lack of contact with people. So in some cases, this can stem from bad relationships. It could be a deliberate choice, literally saying, you know what, I don't want to deal with people. It could be because literally of a contagious disease where you're being sort of quarantined or separated from other people. Again, takes on different meaning during the pandemic. It could be repulsive personal habits. Mental illness could be a reason for it. But today we are going to focus on technology and its role in isolating people. And I find this particularly interesting. I'm going to show you a short film. The short film is called The Social Life. My hope here is that it generates some sort of discussion. What I want you to do when we watch this video is I want to just jot down your feelings about, whether you think that this is actually a realistic depiction of what happens in society and with technology. And I want you to maybe jot down some of the feelings that you have when you see it. And I also want you to think about how this situation applies to your own life. And I'm thinking that we're going to have a pretty good discussion after this. So what I'd like you to do now, stop sharing there. I'm going to ask you to play the video called A Social Life. I just would like you to go to D2L, and the short film is active now under the content section. I would like you to play that, and then we'll reconvene here.
What's this? The short film. Oh boy.
Not this weekend, Mom. I'm so sorry.
Mare, are you sure? I feel like I saw you more when you lived in New York. You know, the Kerns are having their barbecue. I think their son is single again.
No, Mom. I don't need to be fixed up. Look, I just got home from work and I need to make dinner. I'll call you in the morning, okay? I love you.
I love you.
All right, folks, we'll start back up in 30 seconds.
Wow, Marcus, that video was very deep. Very deep. I'm glad I watched it. It was that idea had never been discovered before in a video. It's really fresh and really original. Technology bad. Okay. Okay.
All right, so let's chat about this. If you can flick your cameras on, that would be fantastic. What did you think of this short film? What are your thoughts? Just random thoughts. Throw them out there. Raymond.
Well, first of all, I think this short film accurately portrays a lot of what people, like, I guess, do in the real world. Like, in the beginning of the video, she was waking up, and the first thing she did was she opened her phone to see who liked her Instagram post. She went on Instagram and stuff like that. And I think a lot of, of our generation, we do that. The first thing we do when we wake up is open our phone to see if our friend sent us a message, or if we our Instagram post got more likes or something like that. Like, it's a bad habit. That's what I think, but it's a habit I guess our generation is stuck with. And also, it's like throughout the video, you can always see her checking her notifications, and if it's not up to her standards, then she's always like going into a bad mood.
Thank you, Raymond. What other thoughts do people have? I'm just getting you to throw your ideas out here. I'm assuming that there must be a lot of opinions on this, because I have to tell you, I mean, it rings true in my own life, in my observations of what I see myself. I would imagine that there must be some opinions about this, and maybe some parallels to your own lives. There's a certain reality here for sure, and it's worrisome. Any other thoughts? It's interesting because when technology first came out, I'll get to you there in a second, Katie, thank you. When technology first came out, the idea was it was supposed to open up all kinds of other means of communicating, and it was supposed to be this fantastic way of getting people in touch with maybe people on the other side of the world, access to information that they've never had before, which is true, absolutely. But then it makes you wonder when you talk about like the iPhone, for instance, or cell phones in general. The more reading you do, the more you realize that the objective for the manufacturers actually this goes for apps as well, but to create some sort of addiction to the device itself. And it's not, I mean, it's all part of a marketing plan. It's not some sort of conspiracy or anything like that. Literally, human beings are studied in order to determine what makes them pick up their phone as many times as possible, right? To create this sort of dependence on your phone. And it's very interesting for me to look at from my point of view, because I didn't grow up with that. Okay. And this isn't one of those, oh, my generation's better than yours. This is not what I mean, but it's interesting for me just to compare and look at it. And I've had a lot of time, and I do reflect on this a lot about what kind of impacts these cell phones and technology is having on people in relationships. I remember for the first time, not the first time, but I do remember distinctly being on duty in the Great Hall. I don't know if you remember the Great Hall. It's when we were actually in this building. It's this large hall when you walk into Innisdale where people would socialize. And there are a lot of interesting things happening in the Great Hall as well. A lot of people feel anxiety walking through the hall. But anyways, I do remember being on duty and looking around and all of a sudden realizing, say there are 50 people in there, maybe more, that I would say that maybe 70% of people were down looking at their phones. They would be sitting with their friends, but they were completely in a different world. And it was such a strange feeling. And then I started looking for this more and more. And of course, it's not just teenagers. Of course, you find it everywhere. It doesn't matter what demographic it is. Maybe when you get into the older generation, And I'll still say that's older than me in that sense, because even my generation, we still love our tech, but it's interesting to see where you go. Like, even if you see, like, let's say a young couple walking down the street. And I remember also thinking, I remember once, even before, let's say, I don't know if it's before cell phones, but seeing this couple in high school. So one of the, sometimes when you're in your high school, you fall in love for the first time and you're holding hands and walking down the street. And it's a good feeling for sure. But I remember a young couple, when I first started teaching, seeing one person with one earphone in and one person with the other earphone in. And it was an iPod. I don't know if you've heard of those before. It's kind of like a phone that didn't make phone calls and was dedicated purely to music. But anyways, but they weren't conversing. And I remember saying to a friend, wow, like it's a shame, right? Because I'm not saying that they're not connecting with the music, but at the same time, that conversation isn't there. Then fast forward 10 years from then, and then I can see people, not all the time, but you see people together and it's this puppy love, and it's supposed to be this great feeling. And people are holding hands, but they're looking at their phones. Each of them are looking at their phones. And there's just, you can't help but think that something is going to get lost there. Like some of that magic has been lost. And it's a bit of a shame. And I think, and again, I don't mean one generation is better than another, because it's different. I know life a little bit differently than you do. Like, so for instance, in high school, when I was in high school, we didn't have that to fight with. And I have to tell you, I would think that it would be a lot less stressful. What I also, some observations that I make with phones is that we know that in the teenage years, for various reasons, that there's a lot of anxiety for all kinds of reasons. But I feel like one of the problems with the cell phone is it also gives people that may be feeling anxious an escape. So when I think back to that experience in the Great Hall there, and I think, well, why were people on their phones? Yes, of course, we talked about addiction and cell phones and apps. There are things that are interesting there, quite frankly, but I think back to, when I would have been a little bit of anxious in high school, and I'm maybe grade 9, for instance, where I'm trying to think, okay, well, you need to meet new people. You need to step outside of that comfort zone. And, sometimes in grade 9, it was terrifying, really, if you think of the first couple of days, aside from the people you knew from elementary. It was terrifying, but you were forced outside of that comfort zone and you had to deal with that discomfort. And it wasn't pleasant, don't get me wrong. But then I wonder, would having a cell phone back then have been harmful, in the sense that people, because they're anxious, that their cell phone is almost like their security blanket, right? So no matter what's going on around you, if there is something causing some sort of anxiety, you're not in a situation where you're in a situation where you don't know people, where you're forced outside your comfort zone. Maybe instead of taking that step and going through, let's say, that painful social process, you pick up your phone. Maybe you surf social media. Maybe you fake that you're looking at your phone. But the point is, it's giving you some sort of comfort, some sort of security blanket. And I'm not convinced your phone that socially it's good for someone giving you development. And that worries me, as an educator, as an adult, kind of observing things. But once again, it's not saying one time is better than another. It's just saying it's very different in the way that it's going. Sort of comfort, some sort of. I wondered what your thoughts were about that. Raymond, do you have your hand up again, or is it from before?
Sorry, that's from before.
Shame on you, Raymond. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I would expect maybe a nice letter of apology. Lauren, what do you think?
This is just kind of general thoughts and sort of relating back to what we were talking about in the morning, with how our generation, we are so consumed by social media and the internet, and it's just become part of Gen Z culture, I guess, that when I sort of feel that way, where I'm anxious about social media, I want to try to distance myself, I sort of feel left out in a sense. If I didn't have Instagram, if I didn't have Snapchat, etc., I feel like an outsider because everyone else has it. And so that's one of the reasons why I have it, is to stay in touch with my friends, because especially in a pandemic, that's one of the only ways you're able to contact one another. And so it sort of feels like that, where like I do want to like disconnect myself from social media because at times it like makes me anxious, but also I can't because we've become so like engrossed in just it's like a part of our daily lives, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And so I was talking in terms of using it as a security blanket, and you bring up the very good point that in a lot of cases it's actually causing more anxiety. You know, it's like you feel like you are out of the loop. And you bring up a very good point about the pandemic as well. I mean, I wonder after the pandemic whether people will just kind of loosen up with it again. Not that they were loose to begin with, but I mean, maybe they won't be as dependent, or has it created such a dependence that we won't even notice the difference, where we won't have that behavioral change? And it makes you just wonder, especially at younger, more impressionable ages, what kind of impact the pandemic and the dependence on technology will have. There's some very interesting questions here. And, you know, exactly what you explained there, Lauren, I wrestle with that even on a daily basis as well. Even when I watch that short form film again, I've seen it several times. I think in terms of, and you mentioned it when you get up in the morning and you look at your phone, and Raymond mentioned that, it kind of reminds me to go, you know what? No, take a step back. I'm even thinking that right now. And it's funny because I've thought this before, and then you lose it again. But you know what? Maybe it's good to create a general rule where you don't look at your phone for that first hour. And because when you do take a step back from the outside and you look at it, and you can see in that short film, that's the beauty of the short film. You see it from the outside. It's kind of sad, really. You know, and I think there's a reason that short film generates those feelings, but I think it gives us the ability to step outside of ourselves. And it's interesting because when you talk about anxiety and the fact that you're out of the loop, when you think about it and you think about that short film and the fact that maybe what people post online, I remember seeing this movie and I forget what it was called. I don't even know if it was the best movie in the world, but I think it was Robin Williams, and he's playing a role that you wouldn't normally see him. He worked in some sort of photo booth. Actually, it might have been called photo booth. And there's some sort of, at the beginning, he's talking about the fact that the idea is he works in this photo booth and develops pictures, but he says that pictures aren't accurate, or photos aren't accurate representations of people's lives, because you never see, people don't take a picture, like for instance, when someone passes away and you don't have pictures of that sadness and people crying. And so they're all sort of very strategic parts of people's lives where people are happy and they're smiling. And if you take that concept and you bring it to social media, most of the time it's the same kind of thing. So the anxiety, what's interesting about it is, for instance, if you feel like you need to keep up with people, right? Not just with communicating, but someone has something, so you need to buy something. When you really start dissecting it and you pull it apart, if those images aren't accurate and they're basically depicting a very small percentage of people's lives, which may not even be true, the fact that there is such high levels of anxiety produced over what you're seeing in people's lives, which may not even be true, that may not even exist. The fact that there is such high levels of anxiety makes the whole scenario absolutely insane when you start thinking about it. And it's scary to think about it. Raymond, you want to say something there?
Yeah, this is more going into the anxiety part you were talking about. It's like a lot of people, like for when they're posting on Instagram, a lot of people go for like the validation of others. That's, I think, especially when it comes to, you know, like cyberbullying was the whole thing. That's when, you know, someone's talking bad about you, or like something you posted on Instagram or Facebook. And it's like, I think that's an issue where I guess our generation comes in terms of validation. It's like, I feel like out of a lot of the, you know, like our generation, you know, maybe if we have a sibling that's younger than us, a lot of people do care what people think. And especially on the internet, where you can type anything you want, you know, as bad as it is on an Instagram post or whatever, and it might or might not hurt somebody's feelings. But, you know, in terms of the anxiety and depression, I guess it's when, yeah, it's the social media, I feel like, has caused a huge surge in terms of, you know, why teenagers are more sad or depressed than, you know, any other generation.
Yeah, you bring up some very good points. And it's not that this need for validation or these feelings of depression or anxiety didn't exist before. It's that the technologies amplify this and they almost prey on it, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to deal, I'm not saying life as a teenager right now is bad, but I have to tell you, man, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. You know, like as much as maybe we're more, let's say, aware of mental health because we hear about it all the time, and there are big initiatives at our schools, and we're talking about it right now. But in a lot of ways, it's been integrated into different courses and stuff like that, which is great. And we didn't have that back when. We really didn't. Like, it was barely acknowledged. But at the same time, it's because the need for it, it's so significant now. And I don't think we can deny that it's related to technology. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but I'm saying that it really, really amplifies what's happened, or what's happening in people's lives, and this need for validation. And in this case, what we're talking about is isolation. In a lot of cases, it does create some sort of isolation. It's not that you're not in contact with your friends. It's about the quality of those interactions and the integrity, and how genuine those interactions are, right? I mean, as I said, you could have a complete conversation, or what you're seeing or what you're supposedly competing with and seeking validation, none of it may actually exist. It may be completely fake to begin with. You have to be careful. And like I said, especially when you look at a time when there's high anxiety, when people are looking to find some sort of comfort, people, I think when they're younger, are particularly vulnerable to this. And you got to understand that it doesn't just disappear as you get older, because now you've developed habits and you developed a dependence on a device or an app that was actually created in order to use addictive properties in order for you to make those companies money. And that's the truth. Like I said, it's not a conspiracy or anything like that. I think we need to acknowledge that and be aware of it. It worries me. It's interesting because I feel like when you're younger, you're more susceptible to it. But I have to tell you, it's extremely addictive when you think about the sense that, so my generation, for instance, we weren't raised with that kind of access to those types of devices, yet there still is a dependence. There's no doubt about it. And it still creates the same things that we've been talking about with younger people. We just happen to be focusing on teenagers right now. Are there any other thoughts on this? I have an interesting, this might be going a little bit off topic, but I wonder whether someday that there will be almost a rebellion against tech and social media, because people will realize that it's causing people to become more and more isolated. I don't know. What do you think of that? Do you think that will ever happen? In the sense that people will turn their back on social media and turn their back on their devices and go back to more human interaction, that they will, they'll want that? Raymond.
I think we've evolved far enough in terms of technology that I don't think we'll be going back to that type of, place and time, because, it's how we live now. It's like, back then when maybe your generation or the generation before you never had technology, they were able to live because, that's how they were, that's the only way they could. But now it's like our generation it's a lot of it is based on technology, and I don't think there's going back from that anymore.
Okay. So the momentum, as long as the momentum's going, and that's the way society exists, that's the way people live sort of within that framework, right? Are there any other opinions? I'm surprised there aren't more opinions on this one. Tinan, what are you thinking? He's just left tech behind.
That was sorry. That was my
Tynan. First of all, I don't hear your volume, but I thought you were just demonstrating that you're going to turn your back on tech and you're going to live in the woods.
That was my answer. No, I have for some reason, whenever I try to click like off the screen so it would stop showing the names and everything, I always click one of my saved one of my things that are pinned here, so it just instantly leaves the meet, which was funny in that scenario. But
it was perfect. It was great time.
Yeah, that's my answer. No, what I think is going to happen, I would be shocked if we go back to, like, we sort of start to reject social media, but I think it's possible that it could advance in a way that it's a little bit more human, if that makes any sense. Like, I think it's possible that it could advance so there's like a little bit more of a human connection, but I would really doubt we would ever go back to any sort of like pre-social media, or like it starts to become less popular without something like filling its place that serves a similar purpose.
That's interesting. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay. It is very interesting. You know what? I just think it's good to talk about that aspect of it. I know we always sing the praises of technology. I mean, we can talk about how amazing it is. Look, we're sitting here having a virtual class, having these types of discussion because of the internet, because of that technology. There's no doubt it's incredible. I just wonder, in the end, as far as development, like as a human being, whether it's, whether it has overall positive implications or not. It's an interesting discussion. I have to tell you personally, as much as I love tech, and I really do love tech, sometimes I just want to go and live in the woods. Sometimes I do imagine a life. I'm not kidding. I imagine a life where I just put everything aside, maybe get a big barrel, burn all the tech, and live off the land. It crosses my mind probably like 4 or 5 times a day. Maybe before the pandemic, it crossed my mind twice a day, but it was still there. You also see some people kind of moving from the city and rejecting sort of urban life and moving into rural areas, and you wonder whether there might be something to that. Rylan, you have something to say there, bud?
I feel like that we're gonna see, like, after the lockdown, you're gonna see a lot more people like rejecting technology, because I think after being stuck inside and just using technology for so long, everybody's kind of getting sick of it. So I feel like maybe after the lockdowns, you're gonna see a lot less people like relying on technology and saying like going out to live in the woods and that stuff.
That's a very good point. It's a good point, because even it's funny you say that, because even after these Google Meets, don't get me wrong, I like these conversations. It's fantastic. But sometimes my parents will say, hey, can we FaceTime you tonight? And I love my parents and I'll FaceTime them. But I have to tell you, man, the last thing I want to do is jump on video. There are times when I'm like, you know what, do you mind if we just talk on the phone? Because I just don't, there's something a little bit tiring about it sometimes. So I see what you're saying. I mean, that's kind of by the way, if everyone starts to move into the woods, let's at least keep a little bit of distance if that ends up happening, okay? Or else it kind of defeats the purpose. Thank you for your comments. Anushka.
Yeah, I feel like right now, especially like everyone's on technology, everyone's like watching TV and stuff. I feel like I saw a thing at maybe the beginning of the lockdown or last lockdown, how they had to like, I don't know, make streaming things better quality or something because everyone's on it right now. And like it's the only way when we're not seeing our friends, like it's the only way I can like talk to people and stuff. And I'm just really bored often, so I'm on my phone a lot and I don't really want to be. Like I am tired of it. But yeah, I agree that maybe when it's over, we'll be on our phones less. And yeah, like I don't want to be, but then it's there and you have nothing else to do. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good point. There will, I agree. I think there will be some sort of, we'll call it tech fatigue after all is said and done. And I mean, I don't know, because you also think about the impact of the pandemic. Does that mean that people want more real person-to-person human, old school, we'll call it old school human interaction? Will people want that more? Will they desire it more? Will it just be a trend where, yes, initially that's the way it is, and then people kind of go back to the way it is? Then Anushka brings up the point that bandwidth in a lot of cases have been upgraded because of virtual schooling. Are there plans to and grants? Will that maybe cause more problems later and more dependence on tech? It'll be very interesting. And I mean, if you're interested in these things, certainly if you're going to college, university, you can study these things as well. And you can create sort of first generation research to study this phenomenon. It would be interesting if you're into the social sciences. We'll go Lauren and then Raymond.
I think after the pandemic, we'll want a lot more human interaction, like in public, but I also think that it'll be a lot more difficult because even the pandemic aside, technology, I feel like even though we're still having conversations, the conversation, like the dynamic is so different that I find that a lot of people not just like my age, but like a lot of people that use technology often like find it difficult to actually have like actual conversation and like, for example, remain eye contact and like just like have like a genuine conversation with someone in person. And so I feel like we'll definitely want that more after the pandemic, but I also feel like it'll be really difficult considering how much we've used technology over the past like year.
Yeah. I think you bring up some good points. That there's so many, let's say, when you're communicating, there's so many other things that you're dependent upon aside from just the verbal aspect of it. But you're right, even something like eye contact, because I think even when I'm teaching here, so there's a camera at the top there, and I actually thought at one point of putting a picture at the top there so I knew where to look, and so people felt like they were having that kind of eye contact. But you're right, you wonder how that is going to affect communication moving forward, even when we are no longer online. Like, how will that, will eye contact, I think, is a prime example, right? Even the people's, even the way that people move. What about social distancing? Like, I even think about, not to get too far off the topic, well, I guess it's not really off topic, but when you think about it, even the social distancing, will this, and you did some of these observation studies on your Earth cam activity, but will that change in general when the masks come off, when the pandemic is, relative over and people feel safe? Do we go back to that same social distance that we used to have, or has this social distancing over the last year or so, has it changed the way that we're going to interact in that social distance? No, I don't think that it'll be 2 meters, but I'd be willing to bet that in the countries where they use those measures, that maybe there'll be 6 inches more or more of social distance post-pandemic life. I'm willing to bet on that. Even things like handshakes. Will there be handshakes when we come back? Have we moved to the fist bump? Oh, geez. Man, I hope not. I would be so disappointed if you can't just shake someone's hand. So disappointed. And I'm going to tell you this, post-pandemic, I'm going to make sure I shake people's hand anyway, even if they do feel awkward. I'll see if I can shake one hand at a time and get the handshake back. Raymond, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I was basically just adding on to everything everybody else said. It's like me and my friends talked about this a lot because we play a lot of games together online, and it's like before COVID and lockdowns, it was like technology, for us playing games was like an escape from the real world. But now for everybody, it's like the real world is an escape from technology. We talk to each other, we're like, oh, we don't want to play games anymore, we're tired, we just want to go to the beach or head to Canada's Wonderland, do some fun stuff together, real world person, just having fun together, not just talking online on a call.
I think you bring up a very good point. That's a very good point. And you're right, now it's kind of about that escape from tech. Yeah. And along the same lines, what I found is that when you do get away from the computer and you do get away from those things and you see other human beings, man, you appreciate it a lot more. I personally do anyway. I appreciate it more than I ever have. And the truth is, I needed that kind of reminder to be thankful for those things. And I'm hoping that other people feel the same way. And I'm hoping that that sticks around long after this. All right. Kaya.
Yeah, just after the pandemic, I feel like initially people are going to really want to go outside and go with their friends and stay away from technology. But at the end, I just think that too many permanent habits have been formed because of the pandemic. Like Lauren said, changes to, body language, distance, technology usage has really gone up. So I feel like there are just too many permanent habits to actually go back fully or have, more of a distance from technology.
Yeah, it's interesting. And it's interesting that you're talking about the permanency of habits because you're right. Habits is a great term to use because that is what's happening, right? You develop a whole new set of habits. The only way to change them is to decide, first of all, if you think it's an issue to begin with, because you may not, right? But it will be tough to change those things, especially if people, let's say, whether it's your family, education system, structure of society, if they don't identify those as negative, say, new habits, then they're probably there to stay if you're not conscious of it, right? I don't know. It's very interesting moving forward, especially from a social scientist perspective. Like I said again, man, the more I think about this, if I were your age and I were going to university or social sciences or psych, or deciding to do my master's or whichever it is, oh man, there's so many exciting things that you can study right now that are related to the pandemic. It's incredible. Okay. I appreciate those people that chimed in. And you know what? Those of you that are quiet right now, I really do encourage you moving forward to jump into the fray here. The more you talk about stuff, the more meaningful it becomes. Yes, obviously it's more likely to stick, and that's going to have an impact on your grades, a positive impact. But also as a human being, I mean, I don't want you it's so much better. I don't want you to be passive, okay? I want some of this stuff to stick and maybe help change some things moving forward. All right, I'm going to jump to a presentation here, and I'm going to throw you in breakout groups in a second. Stand by. I'll do a little screen share here. Okay. Wow, that is not my rap music. Okay, so here we are. We're talking about tech and isolation. We saw the short film. All of these things have an impact that lead to a state of seclusion, aka isolation. So isolation in society. So if you feel marginalized, and we're going to get into this a little bit more, you're going to do a cool activity or a cool project moving forward. I don't want to tell you what it is, but we're getting there. But feeling marginalized in society could force people to resist the social norm. So if there's unrest in society, it could lead to isolation as well, or not feeling included in society. We will revisit that a little bit later. So we've already touched down on this, but just to recap some key questions for today. What groups in society may feel socially isolated? Why is this? What groups in society are forced to conform? I'm gonna have to hurry things just a little bit. I think what we'll do here, let's do this. Jump on your 8-minute break. We'll meet back here, and then I will introduce you to the breakout activity. Okay? So see you back here in 8 minutes.
Yeah, breakout room, more breakout room, more breakout room, more breakout room. The only thing I love more than breakout rooms is breakout rooms, baby. More breakout. I simply cannot keep doing these breakout rooms. I simply cannot keep doing these breakout rooms. I simply cannot keep doing these breakout rooms. He might have been joking about the iPod, but I honestly, yeah, which is kind of, I don't know how old he thinks we are. It's kind of weird. You know what I think is funnier? For some reason, okay, OBS is just bad. For some reason, OBS won't pick up Discord audio, but it will pick up Google Meet audio, even if I have literally everything muted. Literally everything. So, yeah, so like the past like what, 14, 15 times, I've been able to like not dox everyone, but now everyone's getting doxed, alright? Which is fine. But, I mean, whatever. It's whatever. Mr. Toilet can get doxed. He can get doxed. Yeah, basically. Stay doxed. Yeah, like, literally, I have all audio things muted. I even muted my mic just to like make sure it's not being weird. It's just no. I know. What's up, from? But whenever I play Overwatch, I sound like schizophrenic because I'm talking to you, or I'm talking to Ashton. Thank God, like 4 people watched this. Holy shit, dude. Jesus. I got like 3 simps. I can name them. Yeah, I got the boys. What's his name? Wolf Soldier. He's my most loyal simp. He's always I don't know, well he pops in and says hi and says, wow, still going, huh, on attempt 23. And I'm like, yeah, unfortunately. I guess I might queue one game of Overwatch. There's a ton of them. I guess, yeah. I mean, let me go to YouTube and like look it up with my maybe if I go, I'll sign out. No way, I'll go in incognito tab and we'll look it up. Open. What level does Ariados need to be again? Is it like level... I guess.
Arriving at
It has to take out Gengar, but I also...
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Yeah, I respect that dodge. This guy entered the game and saw we were running Sombra Hamster Lucio and dodge. I would do that too. I should have dodged.
Incoming in 30 seconds.
I could have used a little more time to get ready. I might need to leave. Get behind me!
Hello!
Hey!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Oh yeah, I went to McDonald's yesterday.
All right, folks, we'll start in 1 minute.
You should. For the fun, of course. For the fun. Dude, Gold Elam Hamster is actually so funny. Do you have any idea what Gold Elam Hamster gameplay looks like?
I'm ready to rally.
All right, folks, let's get started here. You can turn your cameras on.
Can you fault a man for the jump cooked burger?
All right. So we've had some really good discussion here so far today. Love it. You're gonna have an opportunity now to work in small groups, have little chats. Sometimes it's a little bit easier. People feel a little bit more comfortable. I'm gonna do a quick screen share here again. Stand by. Okay, let's see. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to divide you into groups of 6. Random groups of 6. And you'll need to go to the content section under D2L to this presentation right here. You'll see the PDF version of it. So you're going to have to scroll down to this slide here so you know the questions that I'm going to ask you. Basically, I'm giving you 6 scenarios, and I'm asking you with that group, so there will be groups 1 through 6, scenarios 1 through 6. I'm going to ask you to read through that scenario. They're pretty simple scenarios, and answer these 3 questions about that scenario. My hope is that it generates some sort of discussion. You'll be in groups of 5 or 6. Hopefully, there will be some different opinions. I'd like you to jot down your ideas. I'm not looking for anything formal. But what I am looking for is that after you've had time to chat about this, we are going to reconvene in this room. And I'm going to go around each group and I'm going to ask you to share some of the thoughts you have after reading the scenarios. Okay? So, if you are in group 1, and I'll post these in a second in the chat room, you will be in charge of scenario 1, group 2, scenario 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, and group 6. Okay? So you can ignore all of the other scenarios, just the one that is designated for your group. Okay? I'm going to stop sharing. So again, I'm putting you in groups of 5 or 6. That group is going to correspond to the scenario. The scenarios can be found in the content section D2L Unit 2 on this presentation itself. Okay? So you'll have to have that open, and then you'll also be in a separate breakout room. You'll be able to jump, but rotate back and forth between them. Let's see here. First of all, before we do that, are there any questions about what I'm asking you to do?
A little bit sad.
Okay. I'm going to give you a little time here. Let's see, it's 11:40. I always give you too little time, and I have to go back in and give you more time. So I'm hoping to learn from that. So I'm going to give you a scenario.
When will you learn?
And I'm going to ask you to come back here at 12:15. It's a quarter after 12.
Give it to them. Give it to us, but he hasn't.
If you want to take, if you've already hammered it all out and you have 5 minutes going and you want to take a bathroom break, whatever, you're welcome to do that. Okay? But I want to make sure that you do go through those questions and you're thorough. And then again, we will meet back in this room at 12:15. You might want to determine who in your group is going to be the spokesperson. Maybe you at least initially start to talk about what your group talked about, share those ideas. Everyone is welcome to jump in, but it depends on how you organize it. I just don't want to get to the point where I say, okay, Raymond, in group 1, what did you come up with? And everyone's like dead silent. Okay? I want to make sure that people are engaged and they're going to share those ideas. So try to determine who's going to talk.
The Sigma
and then anyone obviously is welcome to jump in. And also the rest of the class, after the small group has had a chance to share their feelings, then the rest of the class will be able to jump in and chat about it as well. Before I drop the groups, are there any questions? Okay, as usual, I'll
Then he
drop
does
the
the
breakout rooms in the
INTG
right-hand
stare.
chat pane. If you get booted out or something, then I will also post them on the main activity feed on D2L. Here's the group number 1. Once you see your group, you can just click on the
Alright,
hyperlink
that ain't me.
and leave. And I will see you back here at 12:15.
I like how clicky his mouse is.
This is also a good opportunity for you to work with people maybe you haven't worked with before, get to know them. Again, if people meet each other and they end up getting married, I do expect an invitation to the wedding.
All right.
I think it's only
Number
fair.
3. Goodbye, Marcus. We were in the same group. I don't know what group. He hasn't
This is
listed
group
you
4.
yet, dog. He hates you, dog.
Once you see,
all right, goodbye.
Again, once you see your link, you can jump right in. And then the final group.
Who's gonna tell Mr. Torley to mute himself?
Oh, I left that meat. I left that meat. It seemed kind of useless.
All right, they're posting the main activity.
Okay, I left too. Mr. Torley can just talk to himself.
Good call.
It's good.
Are we supposed to do all of them?
I don't know.
No, it's just the one for our question, I thought, right? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have left the meat, so I
Oh.
Oh,
we were group number 3 though, weren't we? I'm confident. Yeah, I'm confident.
Sure. Guys, I'm gonna take one for the team and read, really stepping out of my
Okay,
comfort zone.
read really loudly.
I'm not good at reading, Tynan. Shut up.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Thanks. You have been standing in line, waiting to buy tickets for a concert. A group of people try to butt you in line with a friend. The people waiting start yelling and objecting because there are only a certain number of tickets. What do you do?
Probably hit him. That's probably my first,
That was my first thought too.
What's assault? That was mine. That was my first thought.
My exact thoughts were swing. Just swing first. Katie, do you have anything to add?
I don't think I resort to physical violence, but I would be mad.
So you're not swinging?
No, I would use my words.
Why?
Because I'm not very strong. I'll leave that for you guys too.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you're not confident in your physical abilities to hurt another human being.
No.
So you think you lose? Okay, so wait. I just want to clarify. It has nothing to do with the fact that you think it might be wrong to hit the person. It's that you think you would lose the fight. That's the main thing. There's no the empathy is sort of removed from this. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Okay.
Glad we're all on the same page. Regan, do you have anything to add?
No, I definitely wouldn't be hitting though.
No
I'm
hitting?
not capable of hitting someone. I'm not strong
Would you
enough.
would you let them butt you in line?
Fuck no.
But if you
Absolutely
were
not.
capable, let's say you were capable, hypothetically,
Let's
Yeah,
say
give him a good
everyone.
smack on the back of the head.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's say you're
if
let's say you're
everyone-
let's say you're 6'4", 250. You have massive muscles. Are you gonna knock him out right there?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, good to know.
Solid.
Isn't someone else supposed to be in our group?
Yeah, we're missing Stephanie.
I don't think she's here though.
Guys, should I call Stephanie and tell her to get her ass in the Zoom meeting?
Yes.
That'd be funny.
I don't. Okay, I got this, guys. Trust.
Which one of us wants to talk?
Not it.
Not it. Tynan, it's you.
Damn. I didn't say not it fast enough.
Guys, we have a man down. We're missing. Leave no man behind. Nope.
Rip.
That's sad. R.I.P. Stephanie 2021.
Well, thanks for 4 people then, huh?
What questions do we need to answer? Okay, what are the triggers to conform in this scenario? The other people yelling and objecting.
Wait, where is that part?
It's just the scenarios. Like above.
Like,
Oh, it's
yeah.
above it. Oh yeah, the key questions.
So the triggers, I feel like the action of conforming would be just letting them butt you in line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the trigger would be like them.
Wouldn't the act of conforming be like yelling at them with the other people?
Because the other people are also yelling at them.
But you don't want to make a scene, right? Like you don't, like everyone else is just standing in line, and you don't want to be the center of attention by yelling back at them.
Because all the people are yelling.
No, but only that one person that like tried to butt you is yelling, or like him and his friends are yelling. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what? No, I thought it was other people
No,
around
no.
you are yelling
Other
at the
way.
guy that butted, the guy that was cutting the line, because he's cutting the line. He's like,
oh, the people waiting start. Okay.
Yeah, like imagine the audacity to not only cut the line, but then also start yelling at people for zero reason. That would be. Whew.
Guys, I can't read. I told you I don't know how to read, guys.
That's okay.
It happens
You're
to
out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Y'all ever have Doritos for breakfast? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, the triggers to conform are the people yelling at the guy. What feelings did the person in the situation experience to potentially make them change their behavior? I don't know, just like a herd mentality, I guess. Like the more people yelling, the more that it would affect the person who's butting in line.
Okay, what feelings did the person in the situation experience to make them change their behavior? What Katie said.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were just rereading my question that I just read. What would you have done in this situation?
Well,
we already decided that.
Yeah, we're gonna hit him.
Yeah,
I think if we follow through with that, because I want to see what Mr. Torley says.
I think
we should say that.
I can say that. I can say that one if you want.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And say that like it was a clear consensus. Like if we had the physical will to, we would all do it.
We need a like a specific sentence that we can say. Like if there's 3 people that tried to butt us, then one of them is catching a spinning backhand, the other one is getting elbowed in the neck, and then the other one I'm just gonna jab his eyes out.
I agree. Yeah.
God.
That's a good call.
Okay.
Okay.
Or I can just spinning backhand all 3.
Yeah. At the same time.
Yep. I've actually been practicing my spinning backhands, guys. I'll just, because we have a punching bag in the garage. Here's some more useless information that you guys don't need to know, but I'm telling you anyways. And whenever I'm like walking to the garage to like throw recycling out, I'll just, as I'm walking, just hit a couple spinning backhands there and back, and then you're good to go.
Show us an example.
I can't. I don't have enough.
Do it to the air.
Do it to the air.
No, I need to stand up. So the way it works is there's an altercation person here, right? And the reason it's so good is I can do it like half, like I'm pretending like I'm walking away. Like if they're here and I turn this way to be like, fuck you, I'm leaving. And then this hand just swings around and it's a spinning backhand. And no one expects it.
It's a sneaky hack.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
So for the question, what triggers? So yeah, we said the triggers were we're just looping, but I have to remember this stuff. So the triggers are the group of people that are starting to yell at the
Well,
at
just
the
everyone else
people
waiting
that
in
bud.
line.
Yeah, the people that are waiting in line that are yelling. Those are the people that are causing the triggers to conform in this scenario.
Wait, is he gonna ask us to like read our scenario out loud?
Maybe it's possible.
Okay, who's doing that? I vote Katie because
Yeah, I
she's
think
white.
Katie should do that as well. I agree.
Katie gives me librarian vibes.
Wait, practice. Yeah, practice.
Hold on. You have been standing in line waiting to buy tickets for a concert. A group of people try to butt in line with a friend. The people waiting start yelling and objecting because there are only a certain number of tickets. What do you do?
That was pretty solid.
Yeah. You definitely did a better job than me because I was the one who read it and I didn't even understand it properly.
Well, I mean, you read it out loud well. It's just that you didn't really comprehend the words, you know?
It's 'cause I was
You're
too
focusing
focused
too much on not
reading the
messing
words.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to mess up.
Like, you did a good job at speaking English. It was just, aside from that.
Yeah.
When do we have to go back?
It's 12:15.
Oh my god.
Well, you have some
Why?
time.
That's only 20 minutes. The hell? We got over that in 4.
Yeah. I wonder if he's gonna make us do more. Should we prepare? Nah. I'll just wing it. If he says like, so what was your scenario 1? We're like, well, funny you ask. Let me just go look at it.
Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Do we want to just do the other ones in the meantime?
Wait, doesn't it say for each of the following scenarios, discuss these questions?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but I think we.
Yeah, but
let's
there's
just
like
do
6
them in the meantime.
Yeah, there's 6 groups. So I think he just wanted us to.
Aren't they groups of 6?
Some of them are 5.
Well, there's 30 people in our class.
Okay.
Oh, 6 times. Never mind.
6 times 6 is 36. Boom.
I haven't been in math in like 2 months. Do you want to just do them in the meantime?
Sure. Yeah. This is kind of entertaining.
What did you say? Katie, 1?
Yeah, Katie, you're reading.
You are waiting to cross the street and the light is red. A group of pedestrians start to cross the street before the green light, even though there remains some risk of oncoming traffic. What do you do?
I'm crossing the street.
I think I would stay, honestly.
Okay, I'm crossing the street, but whichever side the cars are coming from, I'm walking on the other side of the group.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So wait, there's a group of people that are walking like when there's a red light, and you're there too. So do you walk with them pretty much? Like, is that the question?
Yeah. Let's say, okay, so let's say like I'm like at a red light and there's like 5 people with me, and then there's cars coming, but the 5 people with me start jaywalking and they just send it across. Do I walk with them? Like there's still cars coming, but they're sending it.
Wait, what is the risk of oncoming traffic? Because there remains some risk. What does that mean? Can you just like use your eyes and judge? Like, what do you mean? There is it like a super foggy day?
No cars
that's like don't walk, right?
Yeah.
And then, but like, so you're not supposed to walk, and it's not like a green light. Like the cars are still intersecting, but there's just no car coming close. I guess.
Okay, well, if there's no car coming close, then yeah, might as well walk,
Yeah.
I thought it was like, it's a really foggy day, they turn down the render distance, you can't see more than like 20 meters ahead of you. So it's a gamble, life's a gamble.
They're not just suicide running across.
Okay.
You were there first, and you had the intention to wait until the light turned green for you to go.
Interesting. So the triggers are the people walking across the street. What feeling did the person situation experience potentially making behavior
feeling left out?
They're probably just like, yeah. Okay, and what would you have done? Yeah, we would have walked. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, scenario 2.
You are looking for garbage. You are looking for a garbage can at a concert. You find one, but it is full, and you see people just throwing garbage on the ground around the garbage can. Oh, that's a tongue twister.
Okay. If this is me, I have 100% full intention to litter, I had no intention- I didn't actually want to go to the garbage can. I conformed to society to go to the garbage can. And then I'm just gonna revert back to my first instinct, which is to litter. So
No, you actually go like above and beyond. You actually throw the garbage away from the garbage can, so it's not even remotely close to the garbage.
I actually dump out the garbage can and then put
onto the ground to create space so you can put your garbage in the can.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? That's a good call, actually.
I feel like I wouldn't throw it on the ground. I would just try to balance it on top of the remaining garbage.
Maybe if that was an option, they
In
would have
the
said
can.
it.
No, I'm going around the scenario.
I mean, I'm looking at the garbage cans here. I can fit at least like 3 cans of pop somewhere. It's possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What if it's just like a little baggie that you use for cocaine? Huh? Could you put that in there, Tynan?
Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, maybe even easier.
The smaller the better.
If I'm at a concert, I'm off of all of the drugs and alcohols.
Mhm.
So there's no way I'm actually gonna try and put it in the garbage can.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know what? I think that's a good conclusion of this scenario. I think the conclusion we come to is you're probably on so much drugs that you can't even comprehend what a trash can is, and you just throw the trash
Exactly.
somewhere. Okay, that's a good answer, I think.
And I'll have like 3 Coronas in my hand, and if I need to get rid of them, I just smash them on the person beside me's head. Boom.
Exactly. Problem solved.
Garbage dealt with.
Jesus.
That's what I call taking out the trash.
Oh my god. Okay. A senior student approaches you and a bunch of your friends offering to sell you his old assignments and copies of tests for a class. All of your friends agree to do this and are waiting for your decision. Absolutely, yes.
Frame 1, I'm agreeing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't even need the rest of the paragraph to know that I would be able to do that.
Yeah, because like there's like a 10%, there's like a 5% chance that the teacher might remember. No, there's probably like a 1% chance the teacher might remember the old assignment. But aside from that, yeah, that's just free.
Yeah, but if like 5 or 6 of your friends all hand in the same assignments, then it might get a little sus.
Well, I'm hoping that your friends wouldn't be that dumb.
I wouldn't use the actual assignment. I would just use it to go off for it. But for a test, I would definitely study off of the test.
Wait, did it say tests and assignments?
Yeah, it says tests and assignments.
Okay, but like, how much money though?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Actually,
Yeah.
It's not, I don't think it's contingent on like me conforming to society. It would be the contingency would be how much he's charging.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a moral thing. This is a financial thing.
Yeah, there's way too much stuff missing here. How gullible is the teacher? How much money is he charging? Is it like a one-time purchase, or is it you have to buy every assignment and every test? Way too many. Yeah.
What marks did he get on the assignments?
Yeah. That's another big part. So this one, there's just not enough to make a concrete decision.
But we did not be conforming just because our friends did it.
Yeah.
Okay. You have just started a new job and are sitting around with your new coworkers. Someone tells a joke that is very racist, and everyone is laughing and starts telling them more racist jokes that you find offensive. I think.
What race am I in this scenario?
I don't know. I think you would be white.
Yeah, are you white? Yeah, you get to be white.
It's like 4 white kids sitting there.
Okay, then I give you all permission to be brown.
Okay.
So, as the only white person in this scenario, I would be fine with it. If I was a brown person, I would not be fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I gotta say.
I would call them out. Be like, yo, what the hell? Especially if
there's a spider in my roof.
If group number 5 gives any other, I feel like there's no answer you could give here.
Spider got me shit locked in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Guys, I'm gonna turn off my camera, but I'll leave the sound on.
Okay.
How big is it?
Big as fuck.
Oh my god.
Bye, buddy. Fuck you.
It's gonna rain tomorrow. Because
Guys,
of
we
you.
got him. We got him real good.
Okay.
I had to do a couple for good measure. Fuck them up.
You got him?
Good job.
Oh yeah.
There's so many like dead insects on my wall and roof.
Maybe you should clean that.
I don't want to though, because I just smack them and then they just get stuck to the wall.
Why do you have so many bugs in your house?
I don't know. It's because we live like right beside a pond, and like there's no houses behind us. It's just like forest.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Last scenario. A bunch of you are at a friend's for dinner. After dinner, all of you.
Please say we're doing drugs. I know this is gonna be peer pressure. What about drugs? I'm feeling it.
After dinner, all of
Give
your
me the
friends get up from the table and leave your plates as they are late for a party. You have been brought up to always clear your dishes from the table. This could have been so much more fun.
I'm popping 3 perk 30s and I'm smashing all of my dishes on my head.
That's the right call.
Only valid option.
I mean, you're late for the party. You can just do the dishes after. This isn't.
Yeah.
I feel like
you're
you're really missing the
if-
point of social conformity here, because these are just like your friends did the right thing, and then are you gonna join them in doing the right thing? Like, okay.
Well, if the person whose house I'm at, if they are also leaving, I'm obviously gonna leave with them.
Yeah, exactly.
But if they start cleaning up the table and all my friends leave, I'm gonna help them clean the table.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fuck
exactly.
them. They can clean up that table.
This is just
What?
They can clean up that table. That's for all of the garbage the homies have left in my car.
There was like one, maybe 2 scenarios here where like he actually like did the point of social conformity, where it was like an actually bad thing, and like, are you gonna conform to it or not? And then the rest of these are just like pretty neutral or like even good things. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna cross the road. Why would I not? That's dumb.
Guys, I don't even do my own dishes. You think I'm gonna do them at my friend's house?
True.
Should we do some team bonding activities?
Yes. Yes, please do.
Okay, am I running them as always?
Yeah, what are the games? What are team bonding games?
Okay, we're gonna start. I'm getting ready. I'm getting excited. We're gonna start with this game. We'll start with opening up about one thing that made you happy that happened in the past week, and one thing that made you frustrated. We'll start just to break the ice. I'll start.
Okay.
One thing that made me happy. I bought drugs. So many drugs.
Oh.
And I need to do all of the drugs. And I'm probably gonna go on a road trip with the boys and do all the drugs. Next, something that made me frustrated. It was not easy to get all the drugs, and it was kind of a struggle. And
Was
I
it
had
expensive?
to.
What'd you get?
Yeah, all of the drugs, Simon.
All of them.
Sounds like fun. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, it'll be a fun little roadie with the boys.
Nice.
But yeah. Tynan, you up next?
What was the question? I was too busy thinking about your drugs.
Okay, something that made you happy and something that made you frustrated over the past week.
Something that made me happy over the past week was this is a tough one, huh? Not a whole lot. I got to hang out with my friends. I got vaccinated. That was pretty cool. So those 2 things probably what made me happy.
You're disobeying lockdown. You're a sinner, okay? Jesus Christ is disappointed in you.
Yep. Yeah. Well, listen. Sometimes you gotta go. You gotta go outside. You gotta hang out with friends when you're vaccinated.
You gotta disappoint Jesus. That's what you're doing.
And then the thing that disappointed me the most was probably the second I clicked on this Google Meet. That was when it was just my whole day just torpedoed straight down. You know, I was going up in happiness, and then I see Armand's face straight down to depression.
Okay.
So that's probably the thing that disappointed me the most this past week.
I'll remember that when I'm divvying up the drugs, Shannon.
Oh no.
No drugs for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Katie.
Me next.
Yep.
Something made me happy. I saw my friends yesterday, which was very fun.
Okay.
Something that made me mad. Yeah, also just the prospect laying in bed last night knowing I have to wake up at 8 a.m. and join this and for hours on end listen to Mr. Torley talk about social issues.
Okay. Fair enough. Regan?
Something that made me happy was I got time with my friends, and then something that
You
frustrated
guys are
me.
all sinners.
Something that made me frustrated was I woke up this morning at like 7:30 or 7 o'clock thinking I had an orthodontist appointment, but it's tomorrow. So.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Well, the only conclusion I've been able to draw from that is you guys are all sinners. Doug Ford would be very disappointed in you all. So is Jesus Christ. At this very moment in time, he's very disappointed in you guys.
Do you know Jesus obeyed lockdown orders in Jerusalem back in the day? He always
he
obeyed
did.
lockdown orders, yeah.
He did. Unlike you fucking bitches.
I'm sorry, Jesus.
I'm sorry. Bitches. You heathens.
Okay. We need another thing.
Okay, we'll do another quick one. This will be a fun hypothetical situation. No, I had a different question in mind. On a scale of 1 to 10, how cute is Mr. Corley? In terms of you see him walking towards you in a Speedo, you letting him smash? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely
Katie,
an 11.
that was way too eager. Katie, take a couple of
He's
pills.
a DILF. DILF.
He's like 35. Chill out there, homie. Okay. Well, we know Katie's answer now, I guess. Tynan?
So my initial thought is probably not. But then I looked at his fishing account, and it has a lot of followers.
Yeah.
So I think I would do it for the clout. I think I would clout chase.
Yeah.
So that because like it would open paths to other fishermen, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fishing woman as well?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing
all
wrong
three
with
of them. All two of them.
Yeah. Okay. Regan?
What was the question? I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. The question was, Mr. Torley is walking towards you in a Speedo. You letting him smash? Yes or no?
For show.
For show. Okay. Okay. We can. Okay. Fair enough. I think my answer would have to be similar to Katie's, which would instantly be yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's a DILF.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
Okay. I had a hypothetical situation in mind. That was a lie. I was just going to come up with one on the spot. Most of the time, for all of my team bonding activities that we do, I just start a sentence and hope I find it along the way. And then I just make fun of everyone else on the team. And then it just brings everyone so much together.
Fantastic.
You know? Yeah. And it's worked every single time up until now. So we're just going to keep doing it.
Nice.
Yeah. I think, are we good to like put out of this one and then head back to the other one?
Probably.
Take a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Peace out, hoes.
I'll see everyone.
Bye.
Yeah. Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Nice. Well, I mean, your question, you literally needed like 4 seconds and 3 brain cells to come up with an adequate. What's going on? But the rest of the group was being racist, Marcus. Are you gonna be? We needed a base group we needed a Sigma group to get that question. And just give the real take, you know? Actually, you know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I'll raise my hand for your group. And I'll give the true take. You know, Mr. Torlab? We were in private. Nobody else was around. Yeah. If Keemstar is walking in the woods. Walked in the woods. Found a dead dollar. Walked in the woods. Oh, I'm getting a grilled cheese sandwich from Panera Bread. Oh, I'm hyped. Yeah, I'm so glad I didn't get that when I went to McDonald's yesterday. All I saw was the cups. The cups are purple, Marcus. It's pretty cool. It's honestly pretty cool. Are you a big Jungkook? You big.
Okay, folks, we'll start this up in 1 minute, 1 to 6, and we'll talk about your scenario and ask you what your thoughts are. So we'll start that in 1 minute.
Now, guys, I know this is going to be a controversial take. Not very mainstream. This is the sort of thing that won't play on CNN.
Mr. Jordan?
My mic was off. Yes, may I help you?
Yeah, it's all good. Are you gonna like present them, or do we have to like read them out to the class, like the scenarios?
What do you think we should do?
Oh, someone's.
I think just present them. I guess.
Okay.
Everyone can just read it too. Okay.
I think that's a good idea, and I think that's good to have a visual. All right.
Hello.
So with that, we are going to start with Group 1.
Good. How are you?
The squad: Alexis, Micah, Evan, Valentina, Megan, and Michael. So I'm going to pop that up on the screen. I'll read through it.
Absolutely, yes.
And then I'll ask you what your thoughts are. Stand by for screen share.
Nope.
In 3, 2.
Nope.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
Let's jump to the scenario. So here's the scenario.
Got changed to 120.
You're waiting to cross the street. I was going to make it really awesome by using different tone here, but we'll just read it. Okay, you are waiting to cross the street and the light is red. A group of pedestrians start to cross the street before the green light, even though there remains some risk of oncoming traffic. What do you do? First of all, tell us what you did or what you would do.
Yeah, okay. So our group said there's only like 5 of us in our, well, 4 of us in like the actual group. I don't know where everyone else was, but I said I would go. Val said she would go because like there's a group and cars would not hit a whole group. Like they'd see a car, like a whole group of people and stop. Alexis said she wouldn't go in case there's actual like real danger. Like there's a lot of cars going by. And then Megan said she wouldn't go because like she didn't want to like offend the driver, like make a driver stop like where they're going.
No, that's interesting. You had a some broad opinions there for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So in this case, what are the triggers to conform? What would make, so those people, I guess, that decided they would conform, what were they? You can go ahead, Michael.
Okay. Well, the triggers to conform would be that others were walking across the street in a group especially, so you have more safety when there's more people as well, and then others are doing it, so you just feel compelled to join in on the behavior.
Good point.
And, speeding up your travel time as well. If you're really in a hurry, there's like a benefit to actually crossing and not waiting for the light.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, so this is what feelings did the person's situation experience potentially make them change their behavior? You've already alluded to one of them, and that is if you're in a hurry and you feel like you've kind of calculated the risk and you think that there's a benefit,
yeah,
then you would proceed with that behavior or not proceed with that behavior, right?
Yeah.
And then we've already answered what you would do in that situation. It sounds like you have a couple of rebels in that group. Sounds like a dangerous crew to hang out with.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Scenario number 2. So we are referring to Lauren, Catherine, Griffin, Logan, and Kalia. Their scenario is you are looking for a garbage can at a concert. You find one, but it is full, and you see people just throwing garbage on the ground around the garbage can. What do you do? Man, this picture looks like, no, I can't remember. Has it been that long? What is the name of everyone goes to it. It's like a weekend. It's country music. And
Boots and Hearts.
Out here. What is it? Oh, Boots and Hearts. This is what it reminds me of. Driving, I'll drive by there. Actually, that's not true. I did go to a concert once there of old school 90 hip hop rap groups 2 years ago. It was fantastic. But anyway, this is exactly what I saw. This exact scenario. All right. So what do you say? Okay, let's go through the questions. We'll go through this systematically here. So what are the triggers to conform in this scenario?
Our group said basically because in this venue, it could be like an unknown place, like you've never been there before, and so that may be just the norm, just to throw your garbage everywhere. And also we said that because so many people have already done it, that it's at the point of overflowing, that you're like throwing your piece of garbage may not feel like a big deal. And also like the convenience of just throwing it in there and not finding another garbage can.
That's interesting because if you look at conformity, there's rules that say you shouldn't litter, but then if it's a large group that's actually littering in this case, then you are still dealing with conformity and could be possibly peer pressure of the group. You at least find comfort in that. All right. So what did your squad say there? Were they were all compliant?
No, all of our group said that if it was like a small piece of garbage, that we would just hold on to it until we got home, or we would go and find another garbage can.
Well, that's nice.
Yes.
The world is a better place because of your squad. And you know what? I would probably do the same thing. There's enough sort of guilt built into me that I don't think I could handle it. I don't even know whether it would be done for the right reasons. It would be maybe done more because of guilt than anything else, that I would hold off on that.
That's what we said too.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, scenario number 3. You have been standing in line waiting to buy tickets for a concert. A group of people try to bud in line with a friend. Do people still say bud? People still say that? I don't know.
I thought it was butt.
I thought, here's the deal. I thought it was butt too, and then I was going over this scenario, and I'm like, is it bud or butt? And I looked it up, and I believe it's bud. This is a great conversation. I just thought maybe, you might have another term for it. Okay, anyway,
I thought it was
the
just
people
cut
waiting,
in line.
you just cut
Yeah.
in line. Okay. The people waiting start yelling and objecting because there are only a certain number of tickets. What do you do? So let's jump back here. So we are referring to the following squad: Katie with a Y, Armand, Tynan, Stephanie, and Regan. So let's go back. What are the triggers to conform in this scenario?
So the triggers to conform in the scenario are the people that are shouting at the people that cut in line. So it would be to group up with the people that are shouting and try to get the people that cut in line to stop. That'd be the.
Okay. Good. Has anyone ever had that, by the way, where someone just kind of cut in line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't look around or anything. They're just kind of playing by their own rules. Interesting.
It's kind of screwed up, though.
It is. It's interesting, though. It's nice that human beings desire that sort of order and fairness, but it's interesting when there's kind of this group or an individual that just doesn't seem to care about it. Could be dangerous. Okay, so in this case, what feelings did the person in the situation experience that potentially make you change your behavior?
So I guess like the group of people that are being cut in line feel like they're being cheated a little bit. Maybe they won't get their ticket. They're pretty frustrated. And then the person that cut the line maybe thinks they're justified because their friends were holding their spot. And maybe they are a little bit disappointed or sad that people are yelling at them. So maybe if you saw like they were pretty clearly visibly upset, you might be less inclined to yell at them.
True. And I like the way you divide into two different groups because it really wasn't specified in that question. Good. So in the end, when you proposed the question to your group, what did you do? So you are the person standing in line waiting to buy these tickets, and someone buds or cuts into line. People waiting, they start yelling and objecting. What do you do?
Our group came to a mutual consensus that we would resort to physical violence.
No, what?
It was, hey, I'm saying the facts. That's just what our group came to. That was the overall conclusion. And it was pretty much unanimous. Yeah.
So you really escalated quickly. Do you feel like there may have been some steps that you could have entertained on the way to before you got violent?
No, I feel like for the majority of us, the initial response was resort to physical violence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there was an important fact left out of there, and that was that the concert was for Justin Bieber. I'm glad that you are big Bieber fans. I think that's fantastic.
Okay, yeah. Then it would 100%, yeah.
Good.
That just enforces that even further.
We're doubling down, yeah.
Well, actually, it doesn't surprise me because when I put that group together, I thought of that exact scenario. I assumed you were Bieber fans, and
it was a universal
I didn't expect to
as well. The whole group universally agreed, like instantly when we read the question, it was physical violence. That was our first response.
Yeah.
I do not condone physical violence, but I also understand that Bieber fever can be very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's jump. Thanks, guys. Let's jump to group number 4, and thanks for being good sports and having a sense of humor. Rylan, Anushka, Kaya, Belle, and Special J. Maddie J. The scenario is a senior student approaches you. Geez, you guys are supposed to be senior students, but I'm sure you can put yourself in the shoes of someone else. And a bunch of your friends offering to sell you his old assignments and copies of tests for a class. All of your friends agree to do this, and they're waiting for your decision. What do you do? Interesting. Is there a conflict of interest with this question? Is this going to be an awkward discussion? Is Mr. Torley writing his report cards as you speak? I feel like I was just thinking out loud. I'm so embarrassed. All right, let's go through this. So, what are the triggers to conform in the scenario?
The triggers we chose was like you get like the scenario is like peer pressure and it's like being the last one to answer. It's like all eyes are on you. That was the trigger that we chose, peer pressure.
Okay. True. That's interesting. I could see that. There's definitely peer pressure, and the group becomes a part of the decision. And what feelings might that person have experienced?
The feelings that we would feel was like the anxiety of like making the wrong decision, like you're opposing your friends. That's like just the fear of that, or the feeling of guilt of accepting the offer, knowing it's wrong and cheating, and just like the feeling of being left out or rejected by not going along with your group conforming.
Those are interesting points. Yep, I like it. And then, what would you have done in this situation?
If I was in the situation, you know, I'd ask to talk to my group, you know, have them all take in some factors into consideration of like that could affect the decision. Like, how do we even know if this guy's assignments are worth getting? Like, we don't know what type of student he is. He could like have failed all his classes. And it's like
I actually didn't see that coming, but yes. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, geez, is he even worth cheating from his stuff?
We thought he didn't look very credible from the picture.
Okay, so let's check out this picture. I'm wondering how exactly you didn't look very credible. Was it the sideburns, or what's the problem?
Might have been.
Just kind of everything. His whole fit was whack.
Okay, well, these are interesting considerations. Okay, thanks, guys. All right. Stand by for screen share again. Another awkward screen share. All right. Scenario number 5. You've just started a new job and you're sitting around with your new coworkers. Someone tells a joke that is very racist and everyone is laughing and starts telling more racist jokes that you find offensive. What would you do?
Be racist.
Yeah. Cool. This is I don't know if you want us to speak.
Who's this speaking? Is this Marcus?
Yeah, this is Marcus, representative group 5.
Hey, welcome back. I feel like I haven't heard from you for a while, but I'm glad.
Yeah, no, I've been off the grid. You know, I've been saying you wanted to like go in the woods, burn all your technology. I've been kind of doing like a pseudo, you know, off the grid sort of AWOL stuff. It's been crazy. I've been up to some shenanigans. I think I always feel like I'm being watched. I think they're putting something in the water. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, I'm back in the saddle.
That's good. You know what? It's good to have you back, and I'm pretty sure that you enjoyed saying the word shenanigans.
Yes, I did.
But it does feel kind of good. I don't know. I mean, maybe other people should try it. And it doesn't surprise me at all that you're up to shenanigans. It's part of your MO. All right. Sorry. Without further ado, what did you come up with?
Yeah, so in this scenario, your coworker's being a little racist. So our group decided, well, there's kind of two different perspectives. One from the group members themselves. Originally, you had the first coworker who probably, I don't know, maybe he said some sort of racial joke. Maybe he was COVID related. I don't know. That's a big stigma right now. Your other coworkers may have felt the need to conform, whether it be, I don't know, maybe they're an old buddy if they're there. It depends how long they've been at the job. Our protagonist here, he's new to the job. So, or she, I'm not being inclusive, they're probably not too used or familiar with a lot of their coworkers, so they might feel the need to conform. They also may feel alienated because they find the jokes offensive and they don't want to join in on their, I was going to use the word shenaniganizing, but I feel like this is a bit more than, you know, harmless shenanigans. I think this is some real rapscallion type stuff. So, yeah, they definitely feel alienated for opposing the rest of the coworkers. Yeah.
Well, and you know what? It is a very awkward situation. I mean, I'd like to say that I haven't encountered that, but I have. I mean, not necessarily in where I work now, but when I was younger, I definitely encountered it personally, and I know that I would react much differently to it now. But what were people saying in your group? How would they react?
Well, if they'd like to chime in, I'll give them like 10 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. If not, I'll explain it myself. All right. Yeah. So how we'd react to it. The main thing, it kind of depends on the person. I don't know if I'd want to butt in, especially if I'm a new hire. I don't know if I want to get off on the wrong foot, even though what they're doing is, I'd say, wrong. I Is it worth risking it? Maybe. At that point, it might be a smart idea to, report it to HR if you feel confident enough for something like that. If not, if you're a real go-getter, I don't know if we don't really seem to have any go-getters in our group or, real social defenders or anything. So no one really decided to step up and try to stop their, racist activities. But, consensus was mainly maybe let it slide, report it later if you can, that sort of thing.
That's interesting. So there are other strategies other than confronting it at the beginning. There may be other ways to deal with it as well. How many people here have been confronted with something like this? I mean, it doesn't have to be at work or anything like that. You don't have to share specifics. I'm just looking for hands. But how many people have encountered a situation like that where they're in a large group and something is said and they're under this pressure either to say nothing or maybe they did say something, but they understand the scenario, I guess is what I'm looking for. Interesting. So a couple people. I think I saw a couple of hands, 3 hands. You know what? I mean, good for you that you haven't encountered this. 4 hands. Okay, maybe there are more than you think, and some people's fingers, for their mouse button may be asleep. But yeah, I've definitely encountered this myself, and I wonder whether your generation would handle it differently. I know that I've definitely been in a situation when I was younger where I was uncomfortable. I wasn't sure how to handle it. I've been in a situation, I think, where I didn't say anything and I really regretted it. It's the kind of stuff that sticks with you. And then sure enough, it came up again. And I do remember saying something about it. And I remember that being very controversial. And it did not go over well in the group. But then also, I think as you get older, I think you're much more apt to say something because we've actually alluded to this already. I mean, when you're older, you don't necessarily care nearly as much about what people think. But it is a very awkward scenario. There's no doubt about it. And especially in that scenario that we've given there. I would love to see the difference because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like things are different when in your generation. I think in a very positive way, actually. Like, I don't know. Okay, I think it's okay. It'll be interesting. It's hard to have these conversations because I don't want to ask people necessarily to share scenarios if they're not comfortable doing that, right? So, but I think people get a feeling for what we're talking about here. So let's flip to our last scenario here. Scenario number 6. Presentation mode, stand by. Scenario number 6, a bunch of you are at a friend's for dinner. After dinner, all of your friends get up from the table and leave your plates as they are late for a party. You have been brought up to always clear your dishes from the table and help clean up. What do you do? What do you do?
Okay,
Squad 6.
I guess we voted that I'm going to talk about this. So for question 1, I think the trigger was everybody standing up and leaving. Because I guess, that was the part where it's like, this person thought of, oh yeah, my parents taught me this, but my friends are leaving to a party. So from there on, you choose which side you take. For the second question, the group, I'd say the group's emotion is just to get to the party in a hurry. I guess they're anxious to get to the party, or they're in a hurry. There's not much else, hanging in the balance. But the person staying, his emotions, he doesn't want to be left behind, or he doesn't want to miss the moment with his friends. But his parents also taught him that you should always clear the table when you eat out or at somebody's house. Do the right thing. So if it was me, what I would have done in the situation is clean up and help, probably clean the table. And if the person, if the person there needs help them as much as I can and then go.
Like that low
but
grade.
I don't know if my group members want to budge in and talk about it or not.
Properly, so now it's just 2 pixels.
I'll take that as a no. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Tien does.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say that I would at least offer to help, if you're at your friend's house and their parents are there, because I've been in that situation. I always offer and then do something. It might not be clean the whole kitchen or whatever, just like bring your
Mhm.
dishes up to the sink at least.
It's
Just not do
Compromise.
yeah, not do nothing, and not like overdo it to the point where you're going to be upset that you're going to miss out.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario because there are a certain set of rules that you've been brought up with and habits you've developed over time, but then it's almost like this pressure to conform with the group that's actually leaving starts to interfere with those habits that you've picked up earlier in life, right?
Or
It's
like
interesting
really
when there's
grainy.
conflict between those two things. Does someone still have their hand up here? No. Okay. Let's switch modes here. Okay, so those were all scenarios. I just wanted to get you thinking a little bit, speaking in smaller groups, understanding maybe going through these scenarios and understanding some of the pressure to conform within your social groups.
I just got my sandwich.
I think so. A couple of things. I just realized we got 2 minutes left here. Just a couple of things I want to talk about. We'll revisit this tomorrow morning.
I support that.
Oh yeah, Anushka, that's right. Anushka sent me a couple of TikTok videos that fit in very nicely with what we're talking about, with sort of this almost fake persona that is encouraged by social media. I'm going to post those under the content section, Unit 2. Again, those will be 2 videos. They're just taking a while to upload.
Dude, if people make fun of Twitch politics, what do
so you can check those out. They actually are pretty interesting, and I have to tell you, thank you, Anushka, for sending me those. And also, I'm sure I'll use those next semester because they do fit in quite well. Actually, for different aspects of this course, we may end up revisiting those as well. Another reminder again, for those people that are missing assignments or whatever, you need to make sure you've checked your messages. I've only heard back from 1 or 2 of you. Your report cards are in the process of being written. Just so that you know, as far as your grades are concerned, I know it's a major concern to you because here we are in SEM 2. A lot of you are applying for acceptance to universities and colleges, so these midterm marks are important. What I'll do, because obviously I don't want you to, I'm not a huge fan of surprises. I think you'll have a good idea of where you stand anyway. But before you receive your report card, so we'll say in the next day or 2, I'm going to send you messages. Each one of you will get a message. And in the message, it'll give you your midterm mark. Okay. Yeah. Just so you know what's going on. Does anyone have any questions about any of this, whether it's today's, what we've talked about today, or our report card / assignments? Okay. I'm going to stick around here for a couple of minutes in case you do have questions. Otherwise, thanks a lot, guys. For those of you that engaged in the conversation, it was more and more throughout the day. I really appreciate that. It makes things a lot more enjoyable and a lot more interesting. And I look forward to our conversations tomorrow. Okay?
Oh, thank God. Okay. I'm going to eat some food. Do you know how I feel about the Koreans, Marcus? I do like how we have the Star Wars Episode 3 music playing in the background. I think it adds a lot. So wait, did you start playing this after you found out that... Yeah, John Cook's betrayal. How could you do this, BTS? How could... I think you should do that. I actually... Yeah, do it. They were cold. Oh yeah, you ordered it. Wait, you had so much extra. I just realized you probably like doubled the price of that meal because you ordered it. You got a milkshake. You increased the fry size. Oh. Huh. Why? Why,
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
The burger was a corporatist lie. Batman. My father ordered the BTS meal.
Justice will be done.
How was your reunion with your brother? He is still not ready for time to flow forward again.
Time is a river. It may be stopped for a while, but it will always flow the same direction.
So we started saying racial slurs. Korean slurs.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture objective.
Barrier activated.
The sentence started off with that before Twitter. Look like you can hard to recognize you. Look at you. Look at the mirror, Marcus. I do appreciate how zoomed in your camera is. I thought that was pretty funny. How did you get that?
Thanks for me!
Alright, everyone, Ryan's last day is Friday. Who's Ryan?
At your service. Then face me.
Yeah, none of you guys are working there anyway.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh, was the only one. The only one that truly understood me.
Best round lost. Score 0-1.
This is a dodge, actually.
Traveling to Hanamura. Repair your defenses. Select your hero.
The one thing I don't like about hamsters is it's very rare to actually change the hamster ball in a meaningful way.
Hello.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
And most of the time he's just rolling around doing a little trolling. As you do.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
position.
I am on fire!
I need to recharge.
30 seconds. Victory. Play of the game. Traveling to Mumbai. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Control link established.
System checking in. Green across the board. I'm ready for action.
Behind me.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Small animals. Impatient.
Attack commences. Capture objective
The difference is always insane. It's like, yeah, they might make like $50,000 or $5 billion. Goldie next to stay focused.
Navigating.
Better get on the objective. You don't want to miss out.
Play of the game.
Nerf this! Self-assessment. What he said. Vocabulary not found. Translation impossible. Error. Profanity filter enabled. Odds of success increasing. No hard feelings. He says he's sorry. Frustration detected. Self-assessment. Lonely rolling ball.
That was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah. 10 chicken nuggets? What am I? Who am I? Who do you take me for? I'm a grown man.
Select your hero.
Ooh.
Established.
Yeah, honestly.
Lifting off.
Kind of crazy.
Nothing to worry about. Unless there's something to
I'm just
worry
mad.
about.
I'm just mad at Jimmy.
Always said.
Attackers
You should
incoming.
DM Jimmy. I'm sure his DMs are open.
Reached.
Violence always be the solution.
Routine activated.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3,
Why is what?
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective. Hello there. Behind the boundary.
Target destroyed.
BTS
Offering shields.
And ahead would be many.
Oh no, they're all jumping.
Behind the boundary.
Oh, I can't see.
Adjusting angle.
Yeah, that actually is. Yeah, what's the point of that?
System initialized.
The name's McCree.
What's your back?
It is kind of.
Rolling out.
Rolling out.
Executing flight method.
Speed knocks him down.
Behind you. Lifting off.
Duplicating Junkrat.
Bad guy.
Огонь по готовности.
It's gonna happen one day.
Team kill.
For combat.
Like it was terrible.
Step right up.
Defeat.
Copium. Borderlands.
Welcome to Hollywood. Prepare to attack.
Drake?
Select your hero.
Started any wars lately? I'd have to check my schedule.
Attack commences in
Time to
30
take this.
seconds.
Well, it's high noon somewhere in the world.
Sombra, something is wrong with my phone. It is so slow.
I'm not tech support, big guy.
I know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Hey, finished here.
Antennas are charged naturally really fast.
Surrender to my will.
Because his camera is so good.
Not so fast.
Thank you, my friend.
Victory. Play of the game.
There's no burger. That's a good photo. I was lucky you're in shorts as well.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Established.
They removed the burger. And then a baby burger.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. 1. Attackers incoming.
Increase.
Stop the payload.
Let's get to that outpost. Where does it The battle continues.
Vamos esculachar!
Navigating.
I'm under attack. This is my When we were with the
Incoming!
Rolling out.
My damage spell is upon you.
Combat effectiveness enhanced.
Get into position. Огонь по готовности. Welcome to Jungle Town. This will work.
System initialized.
I still have use for you.
Activating shield.
My healing spell is upon you.
Baptiste.
The payload has reached original.
Get in here.
ولين قوتك. No one's gonna stop me.
Get inside.
System initialized.
I can't. I see. God.
I'm under attack.
I don't understand this.
Less work for me.
Rolling out.
God, getting kills from the Grant with hammer is actually so easy. The amount of Lucios that just willingly jump into whatever turrets. I can't remember what they're called. It's a little bit fun. They're just like, gotta go fast, and then they die.
Surrender to my will.
Get in here. Let them up.
Yeah, you can't really match up like a Lucian at hole.
Get into position.
Yeah, Hammond is a little bit of
I require assistance.
the Hammond trolls a lot this week.
To recharge. Allow me to repair the damage.
Yeah, they haven't released the main tank yet. Ever?
I cast this ball.
Yeah, this is like
Get inside.
You guys are pretty big for the Sigma's main tank. It is doable. That's unfortunate. You need to watch the scenes of hamster gameplay. nothing to show, huh? Are you getting in on this amazing gameplay, Marcus? Cool. Yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, it is a pretty...
Welcome to Paris. Prepare your defenses.
Oh, true.
Select your hero.
I should have noticed just from the audio cue. Paris. No. Actually, I didn't even need to say Paris. I just needed to hear the music, and that was a dodge. Sounds vaguely French and leaving. Yeah.
Traveling to Havana. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Established.
Let's move the payload out. You were once a legend. But what are you now? Just a shell of a woman.
I take it you don't want my out.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I could have used a little more time to get ready.
A warrior's greatest weapon.
Is he raw?
Is patience.
It's natural, Dad.
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Start the
Accepting.
That instant shield go behind every time. Yeah, but like, do you think he meant to do that? Oh, you rock. Oh, never mind. I understand. You rock. You meant like he actually. I thought you were trying to say like.
Activating the barrier.
The payload has reached the check.
Well done.
I'm on fire!
No one can hide from my sight.
That's a little silly. Game's gonna be over quick. We just need to keep people on the payload.
My ultimate is
Thing is, normally I would stay on payload, but I'm kind of playing Hammond, so I don't really want to. But I will.
Helden sterben nicht.
Reached.
Because I'd rather you put them in like a really dense place than like either insta kills or essentially means they can't go there ever. Team dip. Yeah, that's kind of true, isn't it? He left. Oh yeah, I see. He's trolling me. He's trolling me. Bruh. I thought I put. Oh, okay. Yeah, this Bastion's kind of in transit.
Barrier is out of existence.
My barrier's about to go.
Barrier unstable.
Maximum speed achieved. Clear impact area.
What is that melody?
Only to me.
Rolling out. Be one with the universe.
My barrier's down. Barrier's down.
Their Winston's not good, is he? Winston is like consistently not doing what he's supposed to. But he's not doing it well. Bad heals. Dude, you don't tease it earlier. What happened?
Das Universum singt für mich!
Wait, Marcus, did you say you're... Oh, wait. I gotta open this loot box. Give me a second. In the same day. The stanky leg.
Yeah!
The twist. The twist, but faster. Oh, it'd be so good. Just quit. I think I'd leave. Twist. All of his emotes are good. Monkey business is good. Peanut butter is good.
Traveling to Mumbai. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Yeah. Yeah.
Control link established.
Wait, you said you could sit on those banners there, right?
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
These things? Oh yeah, there you are. Yeah, I'm a little quick to do that.
Tempest food.
As of like an hour ago. Pretty sure it's like 100, but
1. Attack.
yeah. Sometimes you just get tired of being a good team player, you know? Or being a team player at all. Yep.
System initialized.
Coming in. Hello there. Lights off.
They're really far up, aren't they?
Regen burst activated.
Don't save them. I'm running away as fast as possible from this bitch.
My ultimate is
Barrier in place.
If Kyle was here right now.
System initialized.
Aspers.
Speed maximum. Clear in.
They're all just on left side.
heal up.
Wait, don't tell them, don't tell them. It's fine, don't tell them.
Let's go.
Hello there. I'm in
Yeah, we will.
Stop it.
Hello.
Rolling out.
Claiming the objective.
How about a little?
Thank you, Southeast.
Hello. My ultimate is charged. Nano boost is charged. Hello there. ازيك? Hello.
Okay, I might have thrown, I might have thrown there. I'm gonna be honest. There was no, that was just throwing.
The payload moves in.
Regen up.
Let them up.
deployed.
I need a blade.
Well, it's ready. Okay.
System initialized.
Why did Apple Pie leave?
Understood.
Thank you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello. It's just back.
Observe the barrier.
You look tired.
Oh, we got a.
In transit.
Hey, what's going on?
It's
Yeah, he's really good.
Hello there. ازيك؟
Oh, I pressed the wrong.
that melody. System initialized. Engaging.
No. No. No.
This will heal 30 seconds remaining.
Time is running out. Victory conditions.
This is my will.
Your visor activated. I am moving the payload. I'm on fire.
Oh, I love how the balls go with the payload. That's kind of fun. See it again, she died.
Maximum speed down. Engaging.
Yo, Anna, you wanna heal? Bro, I came up to both healers. It took them 4 seconds.
Yes.
Unstable.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
A little bit, just a little bit there. A Midsummer's Night Troll.
Navigating.
Seconds remaining.
I didn't spell. I spelled mine, so.
Oi. Ahlan. Hello.
I'm going into this Moira's. Dude, I have to like aim myself to go into this Moira's stream. Yeah. Oh, Marcus, get back up. Oh, on it. You just hold for just a little bit longer. Pop is coming. I can have my ult, don't worry. Got the tracer. No, touch.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Yeah, that game was a little fun. Good job, Brian. I'm proud of you. I'll vote Brian.
Yes.
Nice game, Brian. Something about that cat was kind of funny. Nice game, Brian. Yeah. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, the one time I went up to the Moira and the on the payload, and they just both looked at me. Keeping in mind, I was at 60 health. Oh my god, dude. Healer? I hardly know her. That is kind of funny. God, if we had won that game, I think it would be really funny if to type healer diff. There was a healer diff. Who types sit? Well, time for 4 games of just Sombra. Sombra mate. Draco skins, yeah. Yo, huge Hammond skin? I think I already have that though. Meatball? Oh no, I don't. It looks pretty bad. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's okay. Yeah, when he goes into his hamster vault, is it all black?
Traveling to
That, hold up.
Prepare to attack.
Oh, attack. Okay.
Select your hero.
Bro, how'd you know? His group profile is locked as well.
Justice will be done.
Look at this team. We're gonna be great.
I love that his group profile is was blocked as well. Yeah, private.
Have you seen my schedule?
We shall prove ourselves in glorious combat.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cool.
Attack commenced. Capture objective A.
Up the tempo.
Forward, my friends. That's the best we can do. My barrier is destroyed.
Just like, 3 health in 40 seconds. yeah. Wait, what's Junkrat's one-shot combo? Is it, grenade mine?
Fighting me yet.
Oh, he's playing Doomfist! Doomfist left!
You look tired.
This is not over.
Nothing's gonna stop.
Don't worry, my friends. I have the
Oh, 1 minute played on this. Oh, I'm dead tired. Oh, I heard it. That's Overwatch, dude. That's love.
How about a little extra?
Do you think this happens in like contenders when you just like want to get an audio and die? Wait, how does he even know they're tired? Bro, what's his ult charge?
Again!
Rolling out. 30 seconds remaining.
It might just be non-consistent as well.
Full speed. Let them out.
Beginning objective capture. I am on fire. 10 seconds.
I'm trying to do a little back tapping with hamster. I didn't realize you guys were actually making this in the bush.
Justice will be done.
Party on the objective. Who's in?
Is there a far out on this player something or no? Oh, I hate how Echo says that. There's a nano with Sigma. I'm super low. Can you have any healers or no? It's just me, sir. I might slam it. Ooh. I forgot you can't kill Junker at close range. Such a lame passive ability.
Party on the objective.
Back and ready for more.
What's the point of having the thing where the grenades come out after you kill them? Is it just literally just so Ryan can't like kill him at all? Really? It sure isn't. After like the 20th time.
60 seconds. Seconds remaining.
Make every second count. I'm on fire. Crush their defenses.
Literally just now, right? Yep. Want a sting fan? Wait, hold on, I can't get this.
Get ready for a shot.
Yeah, that's crazy. Down. Nope. Did you really want X? Okay, I'll wait next time. Just got nothing from it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Let me go into PP. I said to his Gmail, sent a shiny Magikarp. Wait, what? Who?
Traveling to Route 66. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Justice will be done.
Tempest 60 PS. What is their team comp gonna be?
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Lucio and
I would not recommend the coffee here.
probably something that's good.
Attackers incoming.
Enemies now.
Stop the payload.
They're running line. How are you saying 6 CPS? Mercy? You're right, Mercy DPS I agree. That's basically Mercy's whole running. I got moved off by Lucio. I'm sorry. Thanks, Lucio. Oh. I saw Lucio, so.
Back and ready for more!
Heroes never die. Helden sterben nicht.
Enemy reviving!
Better than Lucio, yeah.
Yahi parambasta victahe.
This is not your time.
Tranquility.
I might solo up this Genji.
Get behind! Enemy sighted.
I think I was going to play. Tell me if I leave the game.
Heroes never die.
That's
No, Zen was too easy. Playing DPS.
Can you do it again?
Yo, Zen's kind of tough.
Seconds remaining.
Heroes never die.
This Symmetra is just yeah, I know. I've been right 2 times. I mean, it doesn't matter. Someone dies.
On my way.
That's sad. I heard the monkey growl. Oh, time to I'm telling you, dude, I just push the cloak sometimes. I just switch. Flip. I've had an orb on me. I've actually counted 1 time. Watch the lever. Box is actually it's one of the most exceeding.
Heroes never die.
Bro, those turrets are so fun as well. Oh my god, if our Mercy just oh never mind, I got
Now show them.
This is not over.
Enemy reviving.
Junkrat primed and ready. Thank you.
Damage.
Let's fight!
60 seconds remaining.
At your own need to explain it.
10 seconds.
See it backed off.
Moving on.
Alright, it's gonna be Ashton's play. I can fit that.
Play of the game.
Sick. Sick. Punch the Mercy. You literally punched the Mercy, that was the whole play. Swag. Spike Punch of Mercy. Yeah, Spike Mercy too. I'll give her Ash. Ash was okay as well. Which emote is it that shows this? What's it called? Oh, shark bait. Alright. I will not. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. I hate that he's a person. Like, no, like he's meant to be like a human being, like in theory. You Woodstone. Wait, what does that mean? What did you mean by that? Chris Brown's a troller. Wait, what? Sigma's Dutch. It had nothing to do with the first part, though. Yeah, Dutch. Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Now traveling.
Pretty much.
Only through conflict do we evolve. Lose the battle, win the war.
Traveling to Iconwell. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Doctor Who reference.
Control link established.
Vishkar is building a better future for humanity.
You believe that? I don't even know what to tell you.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
What you Vishkar will never understand is that people should be free.
I love the dancing hand.
Causes more harm than good.
Like Marcus Corver, look. Look at him swag.
One. Attack commencing. Capture objective B.
Good for the rank. I got the torch. The Winston Green is bumping as well.
Hamster revived.
Winston live.
Top speed.
Watching his children solid.
Out of existence.
Double
Yeah, but he doesn't really do anything.
Ready for combat. I am on fire. Top speed reached.
It's been amping? Because most of the time Lucio's just seems amps travel faster.
escort the ensure the payload progress.
This is what peak chemistry gameplay looks like. Moira, please. Moira! Moira! Look at me! Moira!
Enemy turret destroyed.
Alright.
Oh, hello. Observe the barrier.
That is my will. This will heal you. I require assistance. You look tired. Огонь по готовности!
There's a Winston among us. Paris.
In transit.
Someone get that payload moving again.
So
Enemy turret.
okay, thank you, Lucio. But... I can't, man.
Justice will be done.
Enemy turret ahead.
Oh, the face of go left.
Watch out for that turret.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, now we're gonna win this game. Okay, dude, whatever. This is a fair move.
Defeat.
You get the XP for that, right? Alright, you just need to wait for defeat. Oh, yeah, yeah. Why was the level 15 match with this?
Traveling to Icon. Ready for battle.
Sorry, I was That's fine. Yeah, we need Kaya back. He's a god like Lucio in comparison. What is that? That's terrible. Those recent posts you put up. Yeah, that's a pretty awful one. I like how I put an important though. That is pretty important. Alright, we're good.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
No, Kai just plays Lucio like he's actually a good Lucio.
Select your hero.
Please, Lucio. No.
Justice.
Sure you don't want to sit this one out, Reinhardt?
We lost him.
I say no.
Yeah.
No
I'm just gonna sit this one out, I bet. Yeah, actually though. No, we'll stay a little bit. I'm gonna have to leave this game. Like, I'm gonna have to leave this game partway through. I have something What do you hear about both of those? You started with one. Wait, you know, we don't need to play serious anymore. No, we're not playing serious anymore.
Control established.
I'm just throwing now. You're on that.
Behind you! They're online.
I didn't realize there's a trap there.
In transit.
That one, I hear glasses on it, dog. This feels AFK. Are you watching? Like not AFK and spawn, just AFK. Uh-oh.
Rolling out.
Yeah, that's all
Meteor
he
strike.
demands.
It's the iris.
It is a little. It is a little fun. You have to. It is a little fun. All right, we'll join in a second.
Taking the objective. Come on over.
All right. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. I haven't had this on the entire time. Okay. Basically what happened at the start was the save for some reason just didn't work, so we lost a ton of levels. But we're making them. I mean, we made them back, but probably gained 5 in total, which isn't great, but it's what. What can you do? Just gotta play it smart. Thinking around it. Alright, that should do it for now. I got something to do on my back later. No, it won't be. It'll be a shorter tomorrow, shorter stream tomorrow. Shorter stream tomorrow because I have a lot of stuff to do.